Call to order the Chico Unified Workshop featuring today the Career Technical Ed programs as one of our first items. So with that, I ask you to salute the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So, because there appears to be some confusion about the distinction between the workshop board meetings and the regular board meetings, I have a little educational piece to read. The board voted on January 19th to modify the meeting agenda format for the special board meeting workshops. As noted on the meeting agenda, tonight's meeting will begin with the February workshop, as I said, Career Technical Ed, which is anticipated to be approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. The board will begin the discussion action calendar, which includes the California Voting Rights Act, at approximately 6:30. As a reminder, announcements are to share community and school events open to Chico Unified District families or school-related functions or awards. Public comments will be first taken from those who submit speaker card requests in advance. If time remains after hearing from those who have submitted a speaker card, the board may hear from individuals in attendance that did not submit a speaker card. Individual speaker comments are limited to 3 minutes. Total public input on any one subject or agenda item will be limited to 30 minutes. This may be extended at the discretion of the board. In the event of numerous requests to address the same item, the board may select representatives to speak on each side of the item. Items from the floor, which is a discussion related to a topic that is not listed on the posted board agenda, is an agenda item on the regular Board of Education meetings, not on the special board or workshops. The next regular board meeting is on Wednesday, February 16, 2022. At any time, members of the public may submit public comment to all board members by emailing publiccomment@chicounified.org. Thank you for participating by being here. So with that, under announcements, one person did submit a speaker card, and that is a parent, Kimberly Snyder. Okay, so not seeing her here, then we will move on to our consent calendar and business services approval of the contracts.
Dr. Kaiser, we do have one announcement.
Okay. I thought we didn't.
So February 7th through 11th is National School Counselors Week. We will be bringing a resolution to the board at our next board meeting, but this year it happens to fall between this meeting and the next one. So we just wanted to make a recognition of our counselors. It's the intent to focus public attention on the contribution of school counselors in the United States school systems, especially in regards to the increased mental health needs due to the COVID pandemic. And like I said, we'll be bringing forth a resolution next time, but we just at least wanted to make an announcement that we're recognizing our counselors that have been working very hard in our district.
Yes, thank you. And they've been playing an increasing role as well. All right. So then to the consent calendar, business services. Do I have questions or comments? Does any board member wish to make a motion?
I move passage of the consent calendar.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right. So Mr. Tennis and Ms. Robinson have moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion? All right, I'll call for a roll vote since this is our first one. So,
I'm sorry. Robinson, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dolby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
All right, so 4-0. All right, thank you all. Okay, with that, we move to the central workshop topic, which is career technical ed. And we have Tiffany Herringer, is that right?
So I'd like to first introduce Tina Keene, who the
Okay.
board and community are very familiar with. She is our Director of State and Federal Programs, and she will introduce the topic and our presenters.
Good evening. Good evening, sorry about that. Thank you for being so warm and hospitable tonight to introduce the people that we have here with us. I have Tiffany Herringer with me sitting down there. She'll be coming up in a moment. Tiffany is our new CTE coordinator in Chico Unified this year. We're very excited to have a position that can support all of our CTE programs to a very deep degree. Tiffany's put together a very comprehensive presentation for you tonight on our Chico Unified Career Technical Education Program, or commonly referred to as CTE. And I want to welcome Tiffany to come on up. We also have teachers and students here that she will introduce along the way. And in advance, I want to thank those folks all for being here tonight, as well as extending a welcome to their families who are sitting in the audience as well. So we do have 75 minutes for our presentation tonight. I'm going to assist Tiffany as the timekeeper, so if you see me raise my hand or make some kind of wiggle, please don't, please just ignore that. And Tiffany is also, to note, has built in question times during the presentation that she can obviously welcome questions along the way. So sit back, relax. Tiffany, come on up, take it away.
Hello. Hello, welcome. Like she said, my name is Tiffany Herringer. I'm the CTE coordinator. I'm going to start with a brief overview of CTE as a whole in our district, and then invite several of our programs up to talk to you guys about their program specifically. All right. So CTE in Chico Unified covers 9 of our high demand industry sectors, meaning that these are industry sectors that have a high opportunity of having jobs openings currently and in the projected future. So we are teaching students careers that they have the opportunity to actually go into. So it's really, we base that on labor statistic data. Our 9 industry sectors, within that we have 21 pathways. And a pathway is a minimum of 2 sequential courses that they can take. But some of our pathways have up to 4 and 5 courses that a kid can take in a single specific subject. At Chico High, we have agriculture mechanics, architecture, cybersecurity, digital arts, engineering, floral design, patient care, ornamental horticulture, robotics and software design, and sustainable agriculture science. And at Pleasant Valley, we have architecture design, child development, commercial arts, education, engineering, food service and hospitality, graphic arts, media arts, patient care, public service, and welding fabrication. So you can see we have a wide variety of different career pathways that we have available for students to take. It's really a fantastic opportunity. And in my experience coming from outside the district, it's really impressive that there's this much CTE within the 2 comprehensive high schools. So it's really something that Chico Unified should be proud of. Within our presentation tonight, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our curricular achievements, and then I'm going to hand it over to our programs to talk. We have teachers and students that are here. That's going to cover 8 of our 21 pathways. After that, I'm going to talk about our funding sources and then give you some updates on our CTE facilities. So curricular-wise, we have a lot of opportunities for students as well. So we have 14 sections of dual enrollment, and we have 17 classes that receive articulation credit. Both of these 2 things are ways for students to get college credits while they're still in high school. A little bit of the difference between the 2. So these are our dual enrollment classes. For dual enrollments, students receive an actual grade on a Butte College transcript, as if they had taken the class at Butte College. For articulation, students receive credits on a transcript. So that's really the main difference between the two, between dual enrollment and articulation. Any questions so far? So I'm going fast. Yeah.
Thank you. With Butte College being partially online right now, are any of our CTE courses that we share being impacted that you know of?
Not that I know of, because they are all classes taught at the high school level by our high school teachers,
Oh,
even the
you-
dual enrollment courses.
Okay, then I misunderstood part of it. Never mind.
Yeah, the dual enrollment courses are taught by Chico Unified staff that meet the qualifications to be community college professors. Yeah, that's a great question. We also have expanded the Crack the Career Code, which is a partnership with Butte County Office of Education. This is an opportunity for 8th graders to get exposed to careers that are out there. Last year, we piloted it with one course at Marsh Junior High School, and this year, all 8th graders at Marsh Junior High School are getting that experience. And our plan is to hopefully expand that to all of the middle schools at some point. So that's a really great achievement that we've made this year as well. And then we have 2 new pathways. So we have one new pathway this year that's being offered in commercial arts, and then a new pathway that is planned for next year in a new culinary class focused on pastries and baking and barista work. So that's some of the overview of our curricular achievements. Yeah.
Whoa, my microphone's loud again. The Crack the Career Code for the 8th graders, that's a required class for 8th graders to take at Marsh?
It's a series of lessons. It's 5 lessons that Butte County office comes in and does with the class, and it's embedded in their science class.
Okay, I was kind of curious about where that was fitting in, because they're kind of limited even with their amount of electives that they even get to take, so, okay,
Yeah.
cool, thanks.
Yeah, it's really a week out of their curriculum, so. Right. With that, we're at the point where I'm going to invite our teachers to come up. So we are gonna start with our architecture and engineering program with Scott Farquhar. After he comes up, John Andrews will follow him, and then Melanie and Tammy Taylor will come up to talk to you about their medical pathways, and Susan Solons will end with her education pathway. Come on up. This is Scott Farquhar. Would you like this? You want me to?
Oh, no, please do. Okay. Hello. Thank you very much for having us here. It is always wonderful to have students approach and let you know what is happening in the classroom. We are going to be starting off with Ben here, and he is working with a program called Build It?
Design Build.
Design Build.
Yeah. So Design Build is a program. It starts in January 1st and goes till May 5th. We will submit plans to the competition February 1st. We submitted those last night. And then coming May 4th and 5th, we will take 15 students down to Sacramento, and they will be building a structure over a period of 2 days. And this will help educate them about what it means to build structures. We're going to fund this through VCE, Valley Contractor Exchange. They have a pass-through fund that is used to fund local projects that teach students how to build things, and so that'll fund our materials. And then we've had multiple industry experts come in, GBC California, or Building Contractors California, has come into our class and taught us about HERS ratings and different building methods, along with ProFrame Construction has come in and taught us how to frame a tiny shed.
So they have already been learning so much. It's amazing. We've already had several people come in. We have already got the frame structure built for a shed, which is our little testing unit that we're doing before moving on to a tiny house, which will eventually be donated to one of the fire victims as they are building their current house as well. So I think this is fabulous that the students get involved with this type of program. Okay. So, were there any questions about this? Go, yes, please.
With the future of the tiny house build, is there a model that we're basing the program off of? Are there other schools that we've kind of already seen this go through?
Yeah, so there's about 30 schools involved in the competition so far. This will be Chico High's first year competing. We just competed in the design competition, which was strictly a design, and this year we're doing the open competition with the shed. So what we're doing is we're actually designing a full home in-house. We're going to submit it to county, go through plan checks, go through the full process to get it actually built as a structure, and then transport it and put it on a site.
Oh, that's awesome. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to say that a couple of years ago, Chico State construction students did something very similar for the victims of the floods in Louisiana. So this is phenomenal that you guys are, I won't say following in their footsteps, I will say making your own path.
Thank you, means a lot.
But the program that they're using is called Autodesk Revit, which is a program that the actual professionals use. And so you've been learning a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the next one that we're going to be calling up here is Create, which is another competition that we ended up being involved with. That was the fall semester, so we would have started that in September, and we just finished it up about a week or two ago. So I'm going to have some of my students come up here. We did win some of the awards there. Create was basically an architecture event where they actually design in Autodesk Revit. They actually get to choose what type of CTE program building they want to build on the campus, and then design that building, use architects. We actually had She Builds come in and a couple other architects come in to actually work with the students to let them know, oh, you need this, you need that. And so it was a fabulous little event, and we came back with some of the hardware. We actually won. Chico High School became on the map because we won 5 of the 7 awards, which was pretty amazing.
Question?
Yes.
What were the awards that you won?
So the awards, great question. So we have right here, this is the champion. So we won first place. We went against schools that were in San Diego, LA, Sacramento, San Francisco, all over. This is a traveling trophy, so it will permanently say Chico High School on the trophy. And we have a sibling team right here that actually won the award. Okay, any questions for these two right here?
Well, I don't think you can just say siblings, so they have to say something.
Okay. Hi, my name is McKenna Winsons. This is my brother Mason, and we were part of the group that won the competition for Create. We decided to build a culinary arts building at our school because we don't have that, and a lot of the students have been interested in it, so we decided to, why not potentially give them something they can use in the future.
Fantastic.
Yes, there were a couple other students that were part of the competition. They were not able to make it today, unfortunately. We also had a model where they actually had to build to contractor level, some type of model for the building, and the winner this year was Ben.
Okay.
So what we did for the competition is we assembled a decking system. So we designed a 2-story classroom for floral design and horticulture. And so our second story was going to be assembled with a metal sheeting platform that you pour concrete into. And so we bent the metal sheeting, assembled it, and then poured concrete into it as a part of our competition.
Excellent.
And then the other two awards, or a couple of the other awards that we won, we actually won Best Presentation. That was a different one. Unfortunately, the person who won that was not able to attend today. We also won Student Leader for the state of California. So that was Grace. Becker. She's not able to be here today, unfortunately. So she's a senior in the class. And then actually came away with Rookie Teacher of the Year. So there we go. Okay. Another program that we have in the class is called Society of Women Engineers. It is part of Chico State, and here we go.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Fortino, and I am president of the Society of Women Engineers Next Club. This is a chapter of the Society of Women Engineers Club, which is at Chico State, and I started it as a freshman to continue working with the Imagineer Day, which they hold every year as an event for kids of all ages in Chico to learn more about engineering. And unfortunately, there was the COVID disruption as soon as I started the club, so we weren't able to participate until this year. We're planning on making a lab, and we're going to be able to be teaching some of the kids how to actually do that, where they use small robots and they follow a track. In case of COVID, we do have plans to make an online option, just in case. It would be a different lab, but we'd find something. We are also reaching out to the middle schools in Chico, and we're going to try and connect with them to do events or field trips to promote more STEM and engineering over there. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. Do you want to say something too? Very impressive. Okay, we got another.
I have a question. When did your interest in engineering start?
I've gone to all 7 years that they've had the event going on since they started it, and I'm actually the only person that's gone to all of those years, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Have you felt supported even at the middle school level here for your interests in that, or has it really took off since you were able to join the programs at the high school level?
I didn't do any of the STEM programs in middle school, but in high school I've done 3 years of the architecture program.
Mm-hmm. How about your colleagues here?
This is my first year at Chico, so it's really been my first year with the school that promotes engineering. So this has definitely been a fun experience that I've grown to love and hope to continue with my future education at Chico.
Awesome. Are you a senior this year?
I'm a sophomore.
Sophomore. Got it. Thanks.
I'm
Yay.
a junior, McKenna's a senior.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So for somebody who didn't want to talk, you did really fine.
Gotcha.
Dr. Kaiser? Thank you. I think it was about 10 years ago when I first discovered that there was such a thing as women in construction and engineering. Then the closest chapter was Sacramento. So it got broadened to be available here, and I'm just thrilled at the participation of our students, especially our ladies. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good.
Also want to just add that I feel like we have some really good role models in our district at the district level in this field too. So it's pretty great that, you know, we got some strong women in construction and engineering in our whole district.
Any other questions for our engineering and architecture group before they head out?
I think it's going to be hard to beat them, boy.
All right, so our next program is our ICT program, and John Andrews is going to come and speak on that behalf. Would you like? Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jonathan Andrew. I teach information communication technology at Chico High School. Consists of 2 different pathways. One's information software systems, and one's in software system development. One's hardware, one's software. This fall, we really participate heavily in the Bex Robotics competition, which is just a small robot. We have 2 of our teams over here that participated, that are driving over. We were actually held one of the tournaments at Chico High School this year too. So we had 27 teams that signed up, 25 showed up, and we held all the event. One of our teams won a trophy, Judges Award trophy up at Shasta High School for the Battle of the North, for basically a perseverance because they kept at it. Even throughout the entire match, most things didn't go right for them, but they still had fun. They came up there. That same team got the Sportsmanship Award because they were helping out other teams at the Iron Cow Classic, the one that we held at Chico High School. Most of those teams actually competed in Skills USA as well, which is our career technical education organization. So that's on the robotic side of things. That leads into this semester into more of the drone design theory type class. Those students who are taking the robotics and drones class are actually going to be getting their commercial drone pilot's license if they pass the test.
Oh.
The pictures you see up are of a couple of one opportunity we had to do a flight operation out by Henshaw Farms when they're disking it for the pumpkin patch. We filmed parts of prom last year. We were at graduation. We managed to be able to figure out how to get our drone camera to hook up to this video system that was being broadcast. And so we were an extra camera for them as well as just taking footage. We were at homecoming this year. We're looking for every opportunity we can to get more drones out there and more of our students certified so they can earn money piloting too. Yes.
Would you guys have any availability to put a drone at our board meetings, like camera and shining it on us?
You laugh, I thought about it. And then I thought maybe not to this one.
I think it'd be fun. You get some, zoom in on like our faces when really important decisions are being made. I think that
we put prop cards in, it's good.
we'd get away. I think we might get a much bigger online following, don't you think? Yeah, I think so.
So you probably recognize a few of the students that were from the engineering architecture. So we have a lot of people doing a lot of things. In addition to SWE and Skills USA, we also have a Mesa club on campus and a robotics team besides the class. And so we're doing a lot in the industrial technology department between Scotty and myself. It feels like we're making progress, we're clicking, we're humming, and we're doing great things, and the kids are really achieving. You heard about SWE, like Carolina Bardo, come on up here and talk about Mesa for a little bit.
All right, hello, my name is Carolina, and I wanted to talk about MES a little bit. So this is actually just my second year at Chico, and I'm a senior and all that. But I'm actually from the Bay Area, and over there, everything's very competitive when it comes to STEM engineering, especially women in engineering, minorities in engineering. So I just wanted to create a space for marginalized communities of that type, especially moving here to Chico. So that's why I founded MESA just this year, and I kind of got it rolling. It's basically just a type of club that really branches out to all communities and helps them pursue a career in STEM. There's a lot of scholarships also available for those who participate in MESA. So since this is my 4th year doing MESA, I did 2 years at my old school and 2 years at this school, then I'm qualifying for like 2K, 3K scholarships just because of that, because of the opportunities that my schools were given to me. So I wanted to give people at Chico High those same opportunities. So I founded MESA. The competitions that I've been a part of are the math competitions, also the prosthetic arm competitions at my old school, where you had to create an arm for those that didn't have any. And then you had to use it either using different electronic devices, or you could also just be using like a garbage can handle. There was different aspects of it, which I thought was really interesting. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, what is, I missed, I think what MESA stands for?
MESA, it's an acronym, so it's for Mathematics, Engineering, Science, and Achievement.
I am so glad you figured out that we were better than the Bay Area.
Well, yes, I was pleasantly surprised with Chico High and its range of robotics, SWE, the engineering department. Right now I'm in my 3rd year of engineering, and I really like that a lot of high schoolers now have, the opportunity to do these kinds of things to be prepared for the future.
Fantastic. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Thank you.
The last thing I just want to mention is that 3 of the 4 people standing up there are officers in our Skills USA club as well.
Oh, good.
This year for Skills USA, Chico High School had over 50 people participate in the event. That's, as far as I know, the most in a very, very long time. So we were really excited about that, and we await tomorrow to find out who goes to state. Yes,
Sorry, how many participants?
over 50.
Wow.
50.
Before you step off,
Yes.
I have a question, and this is kind of for all of our CTE teachers who are doing so much. I'm honestly already going a little cross-eyed, like keeping track of all the different clubs and teams and competitions and where you're going and when you're doing them and how many awards are being won and all the great things that so many students are doing and overlapping in. That's a lot. And so our CTE teachers being supported even in that extra capacity as far as, you know, stipend funding or extra hours, or, because I know personally that it takes a lot to do field trips and to, you know, take students, you know, outside of the community to other places, and it just is a lot of coordination and a lot of time and a lot of extra.
Yes, I feel like we are very well supported in that regards. Tiffany and the other individuals at the district office work very hard to make sure that the CTE programs are funded and at the level that is competitive. She'll be talking about the Strong Workforce Program grant later on. For me personally, I was able to buy robot kits for the middle schools and push those down to Marsh and Chico Junior so that they could have robot kits that then funnel into the Chico High program, already having experienced some of those things. So it's really how we feed each other and support each other in all this.
Thank you for doing all of that.
You can't guarantee us you're going to kick ass and go to Skills USA?
Oh, we're going. I know
All
people
right.
are going. I've been told that already, so I just
All
need
right,
to confirm
way to
it.
go. Woo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Our next group we have, oops, if I go the right way.
Yeah, no, you're going backward. There you go.
There we go, yeah. So we have our patient care group. So we have Tammy and Tammy Taylor from Chico High School, and then Melanie Castillo from Pleasant Valley. One thing I love about these two is that they work very closely together. So what the kids experience at either high school is pretty similar. So, if you'd like to come up.
All right, welcome. So we are the patient care pathways, and like she said, we work very close together. It's a great little bonding experience. One of the reasons why we work so closely together is because we generally put our students out in the community and do a lot of internships. However, it has been difficult in the last 2 years because we have been unable to do that based on public health requirements. And so this year we have been, usually they go in the second semester to 2 8-week internships where they go 4 periods out of the 5, or 4 days out of the 5 days away and working. And since they are unable to go and work, we've been doing a lot more things in the classroom to try to supplement things that they wouldn't normally get to do. And so we're here to talk about that, and also to talk about the success that we've had with students that have graduated from our program. So with that in mind, we're gonna have some Chico High students come up. I'll let them introduce themselves because they really want to be on the mic. And tell you what they were able to do. I'll start by saying that we are part of a HOSA, is our CTSO, HOSA. And one of the different events that they can do is to make a career board and do a presentation on a career of their choice that's within the medical pathway. And so Chico High students are going to tell you how they were able to use this event in a little different way.
Hi, so my name is Riley.
My name's Kennedy. And I'm Tanya. So one of the projects that we've done this year was our career boards. We took them to Chico Junior after doing all of our research on a career of our choice and presented them to the middle schools. And not only did it give us an opportunity to like teach younger kids and interact with the younger kids, but it also was super beneficial for me at least because I got to completely research the career of a paramedic. And I've always known that I wanted to help people. I've always known that healthcare is where I'm meant to be, but I don't know where in that field I belong. And so being able to research a career that I thought I had interest in helped me to kind of make a decision on whether that is something that I want to do in the future or not.
Good.
Yeah, so with this career board, we got to learn not only about careers that we were interested in, but we also got to go to Chico Junior and teach kids about it. And the funny part was they kind of thought that we were already in the career, so they'd ask us questions. How is your day going? How's the hospital? And we'd be like, no. Hopefully one day we'll get there. But yeah, so this class really teaches us a lot about how daily life works. Also, right off the bat, we all got CPR certified, so I would have never done that maybe earlier on in my career. Maybe later in my career, when I got to the medical field, I would get CPR certified. So this class allowed me right off the bat to be CPR certified and help, hopefully one day, like random strangers on the street or something like that.
With the Chico Junior project, I've always known that I wanted to be a nurse one day. And with this project allowed me to research what types of careers that I want to do. And this is the career that I'm mostly interested in, being a NICU nurse. And I would not have gotten that opportunity without this class.
You want to explain what kind of a nurse that is?
A NICU nurse is a neonatal nurse, and they work with infants that were born like prematurely or have health issues when they are born. So.
And one thing I would like to add as well is not only did we get to learn about the careers that we researched, but then we presented them in class too. And I actually ended up finding out about a career I knew nothing about, and that's what I want to do now. So.
All right. What was that?
It's called a perfusionist, and basically they're the people in the operating room who operate the mechanical hearts that keep you alive while you're going through a transplant.
We're glad somebody of your character is going to do that for us. Fantastic, guys.
They didn't seem nervous at all, did they? They did good.
Way better than we are.
All right. So we're gonna, there's some pictures flying through. All right, this right here is a simulation that we have done before. It is a surgery that it's going through. Actually, Dr. Kaiser was able to see this one. So it's just a couple of examples of how we're trying to simulate. This one right here is, we just recently did this. I got a bunch of mouths and put a lot of plaque on them, and then the kids got to go through and clean them, which they found out was a lot harder than they thought.
Yeah.
So.
Question, how do you put plaque on a pretend mouth?
Actually, there's this product that you purchased that we got through our grants, thank you very much, that is from dental schools that they use to put onto them that simulate what plaque would be like. Actually, when we were going through and putting them on, it seems a lot like black nail polish. So I'm gonna test it out and see, because that's a heck of a lot cheaper. But yeah, they're pretty cool.
Definitely. Hi, I'm Melanie Castillo, and I teach at PV. Of course, Tammy and I try to have the same experiences. I've been lucky enough that I was in the first round for the building grant, so I do have a bigger facility than Tammy has currently. But we still try to do kind of the same simulations. We're also looking to hopefully have her students come over and use my labs to do some other labs as well. Once we can have some more professionals come in to do those demonstrations for us and to do those lesson plans. Let me think. I did want to plug, because some wonderful person thought of me when they were at Computers for Classroom, and they just donated probably $45,000 worth of equipment that's coming tomorrow that was given to them by Feather River Hospital.
Woo,
And
that's
so-
wonderful.
I know. So we're gonna even have more equipment, so there's crash carts and all kinds of stuff. So it's amazing. And it's brand new, it's almost brand new equipment. It's not like used dumpy stuff that I'm getting. It's like very nice. So I wanted to say that. Secondly, Tammy brought wonderful students, and she and I do have totally the best students in Chico Unified. I just want you to know. But we also have great students that have already graduated. And I know one of the things that was sent in the first emails to us about tonight was that you were looking at how do our programs reflect or work into the current job market or the market here. And so I was trying to think in my head, like, okay, what do I do to show that? Because it's hard for us. Many of our students have to go to post-secondary education to have careers. But there are other things they can do as well. They can do entry-level jobs, and they also can get certificates, do shorter programs that in the interim can get them into the field. So I asked one of my students, I have Mr. Elias Castillo here, and he is a 2020 grad of PV High School and our medical pathway, and I would just love for him to just give you the shortened version of his beautiful story. So,
All right.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Elias Castillo. I graduated in 2020, and I'm basically want to talk about how this course helped me figure out what I want to do, what I'm doing now, and then what I'm going to be doing soon. So growing up, I always knew I wanted to work in the medical field. I knew I wanted to be a nurse. That's it. I didn't know anything else other than that. My senior year of high school, I took the medical careers class with Miss Castillo, and I still had the opportunity to go to the hospital and job shadow certain locations. She put me in the laboratory. I didn't even know what that was at the time. And then once I found out, I'm like, this is going to be the most boring thing in the world. I'm watching people stick needles into people all day. Little did I know, I'd fall in love with that. The second, then I got put in it again for the second term of it. Right after I graduated high school, Ms. Castillo taught me on how I can get my certificate. You have to be 18 with your diploma. So the second I graduated, I got into the Butte County phlebotomy program my first try. There was like 110 applicants, only 10 of us got in. I was by far the youngest one to be in it. So I got through it, and then at 19 I had my license, and now I'm working as a phlebotomist at the Blood Bank Vitalent.
Oh.
And just to let you guys know, huge blood shortage right now. If no one's donating, we need blood. Okay, so I also have my EMT license. I got that while I was getting my phleb license, but through Butte College. I got my phlebotomy license through the county. And now, next semester, I'm eligible to get into the nursing program, which has always been my long-term goal. Obviously, there's a wait period in between, so I decided to do phlebotomy in between that. But I found out how to cut out the middleman. I'm going into the Air Force after this. They're going to put me through their expedited nursing program. So I'm going to go work as a nurse for them, and that's my plan for now. And I would have never knew I wanted to do this without this course.
That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
I've been through that phlebotomy program also.
You don't carry needles around with you, do you? Like,
Not to worry, I'm very accurate with them.
All right, was there any questions that the board had?
I think it's always the same, just make sure that you keep letting us know or keep us in the loop and how we can continue to support your programs.
Come
Great.
see our classes. I mean, really, anytime.
Yes.
You know, shoot us an email, come. You know, hopefully we can do some fun labs while you're there. But yeah, we love it when anybody can come and see the kids, and they love it too.
And I have been. It's really, Eileen, did you want to?
Yes, I just was going to ask the same question that others have asked you, just to make sure we're not missing something. Is there anything else in the way of support with grant applications and things that our district supports through some of our administrative personnel to help with that? Or are we cooking with gas really well?
I think that the big thing is for someone that started a couple years ago going like, oh my gosh, this is so much stuff. We were able to learn through people that had been there before, and then we continued to get more support. And from the time when I first started, when it was like, oh my gosh, we have so much to do, and how are we gonna get this done, to now, it's completely different in the fact that you feel supported. There's people that are there, and it doesn't feel like I'm just like a fish out of water trying to figure out what I have to do.
And if you could wave or do something that could get rid of the pandemic, Tammy and I would be really happy. So, yeah, that's about it for us. Yeah.
I want the Air Force to see CHS or PV on his side of his uniform, you know?
Yeah.
I'll bring you pictures. How's that? Yes, Mr. Tennis.
I have a comment. Are they kind of winding down your presentation?
yeah.
And is there more CT?
Yes.
Okay, then in that case, I'll withhold that comment.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you very much for the information, and awesome job.
There we go. Our last teacher that we have is Susan Solons. She's going to come and talk to you guys about her child development and education pathways. You're on this?
Hello, I'm Susan Sullins, and I'm at Pleasant Valley, and I have the education and the child development pathway. They're different, but they intertwine. And I have some students with me who are going to tell you about their experiences. We have an introductory course at PV for all of our for our Family and Consumer Science department, which is called Life Management, where we give students a smattering of all of the options that we offer: child development, culinary, education. I also, in life management, we give them a taste of interior design and, a few other areas that we don't have pathways in. But we're here to talk about the child development pathway. Our student organization is called FCCLA, that's Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. So we focus a bit on leadership. As you can see in the slides, we took some students to Washington, D.C. recently, and they advocated with our state representatives, our national representatives for our state, for funding for CTE programs in general. And we did this a couple of years ago. Also, we were the only delegation from California to attend the last time we were able to attend. So we visited every representative and every senator's office, which was a kind of a marathon. This year it wasn't quite so bad because it was COVID and they wouldn't let us in the building. So we had to meet out in the outdoor area. Okay, so I have two programs. The Child Development Pathway starts with Life Management. Then we have a class called Human Development. And then they go to Careers with Kids as their capstone class. Careers with Kids puts them in the classroom in the elementary schools. And we're very fortunate that we have our own elementary schools that we can work with. So we place students at Marigold and also at McManus during their class time, 4 days a week. And then on the days that they're with me, they do teaching activities. Did you do yours today, Brenda? No, you just got yours ready today, yeah. Okay, so we have in our beautiful child development lab, there's some more pictures of our great kids. Okay, well, where's those pictures? I don't see them. Maybe they're coming up later in the presentation. We do have a beautiful child development lab, which we just moved into in January, so I've been trying to make great use of it by having the students practice teaching lessons with the other students acting as the younger kids. So that's our child development pathway. It leads kids to working with preschool and pre-kindergarten. That would be the goal of that program. And then the education pathway is designed a little bit more for students who want to work with elementary through older grades. And we're also placing those students in Marigold and McManus. So that's kind of a synopsis of my program. I could answer any questions about the program, or we can have the kids tell you about their experiences. Any questions to start? Yes, ma'am.
Do you do any looking at, okay, back up, Eileen. The shortage of teachers going into special education and developmental, students with developmental, is there anything in what you do help people to maybe choose that career away from, high school to going into try and get more special education teachers?
We do a career research project in Careers with Kids, and that's certainly a topic that students can research. And like in the other program, they may become aware of something that they weren't previously aware of when other people are presenting their projects, if they haven't found that to be their particular interest. But I do find some kids come with that, like they just come with a heart for kids with special needs. It's less than, the average person, but it's out there. Good question, thank you. All right, so we have Brenda Oros Medina, and she is currently in Careers with Kids, and she's in our other program called Teaching in the After School program, where students are employed by CARD, and they are placed at an elementary school around the city. And so I've asked Brenda to just tell you a little bit about how those two classes have been working out for her. So, come on.
Hi, my name is Brenda Oros Medina, and I'm in both Careers with Kids and Teaching and After School. And during the day in my school time, I get to go over to Marigold and actually work with one of my old kindergarten teachers, which is really nice. And I get to see how she runs the class, and I get to take that back to teaching in after school, and it helps me overall. And honestly, the environment I'm in at my elementary school is really nice because I get to work with my old elementary teachers, and I see them every day. And I just saw one of my old principals right here. But yeah, I honestly love working with kids, and I hope to find a career that really suits me, because working with kids has been something that has always been in my heart, and I know that I want to do something with kids one day.
Good. Thank you.
One of the components of FCCLA is public speaking, and I just threw these two in. I said, could you come to the board meeting and talk? Okay, and next, Sydney Sears. Sydney took Careers with Kids last year when we weren't able to place students in elementary classrooms, so she got a lot of textbook knowledge. And she's also working in the Teaching in the After School program. And let's hear what Sydney has to share with us.
So basically, when I did take Careers with Kids, I couldn't go anywhere, but we did a lot of textbook stuff. So that helps me with now, because I am in teaching in the after school program. So the Careers with Kids last year helped me a lot this year, planning different activities and getting to know what different kids like at different ages and stuff. But at my teaching at the after school program this year, I love my kids and my coworkers, and it's super fun time, and it's awesome having connections with my own kids, and it's really fun.
What school are you at?
I'm at Shasta Elementary School. Yeah, and they're the best. They're the best kids ever. I could go on for hours about how awesome they are. They're the best. So yeah, and I really want to continue to do something in in child development when I continue out of high school. So yeah.
All right.
That's all.
Great.
Thank you, ladies. You're cool. Do you have any questions about the Teaching in the After School program? Have you heard of it? I should have talked more about it because it's Kelly's brainchild, and I think it's working pretty well. What was your goal for that program, Kelly?
Well, I wanted us to be able to provide childcare for all of our community.
And CARD was having...
And then have students that were coming up to be able to go and work in that area, both in high school and beyond.
All right. And CARD was having trouble finding plenty of employees. So
yeah,
these kids are captive for the whole semester and for the whole year. And it's been a small class this year. I believe I have maybe 11. Hopefully a bigger group next year. Yes. And with the new schedule that we have, it'll be a challenge to figure out how to make that work, but we will figure it out. All right.
How long has the program been going?
The teaching in the after-school program, this is our first year. So I believe we used some of the COVID funds to fund my position for this 1 year because they don't usually let you have a class with just 11. That's pretty expensive, I think.
We're going to grow that program.
We are.
And so the students who are in that program, your 11 students this year, they all have a paid position with
Yes.
card.
They have a paid position with card, and most of their jobs begin at 2 o'clock. So they have 2 periods, so both of their hours after lunch. They check in with me for attendance, and then they take themselves to their job site where they work from about 2 to 6. Is that about right?
Right.
Some longer, some start earlier. There's a few, all the schools have slightly different schedules. But yes, it's a paid position with card, and you guys even get like vacation days, don't you? A few paid vacation days?
Yeah.
Yes.
More of that, please.
More
I mean,
of that.
not paid vacation days, but more just, students having the opportunity to work and make money, but also provide a service, to our district and the community at large. I think it's amazing, and I can't see this being anything but a growth area.
Oh, that's what we hope.
Yeah.
And
So
we have a giant facility to grow into.
I've got a toddler, so you know.
Okay, toss them all over. All right, well, you asked a question about if we're fairly compensated or if we're fairly supported, and I think most of the CTE teachers will agree, yes, that's the case. But we also really love what we do. I was an elementary school teacher. I taught kindergarten, first grade, and 6th and 7th, and also junior high before coming to the high school. So this is a really good fit for me. And, most teachers do have a passion, and I think that we're really able to use it in CTE.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to highlight about their program is that not only do students get that, receive the work experience, they also, so she has 3 classes that earn articulation credits, and that's a total of 9 units that they can apply to that early childhood education that is required for the transitional kindergarten teachers.
All right.
So it's a good start for them if they are interested in being that. So and that's definitely a need that we're going to have in the community.
Right.
So. Some of the other programs that they sent me stuff to include that weren't able to be here. So we have a new floral teacher at Chico High with the addition of the block schedule. They were able to hire another agriculture teacher. I just wanted to show some pictures of that. She's starting a subscription service for flowers as well.
Oh.
So the students will be able to have actual customers that they're making arrangements for too. So. Our media arts, Mike Peck, he always does an outstanding job. One of the things that I think stands out about his program the most is the amount of work experience the kids get outside of the classroom. Because of his connections, students get real paid jobs doing filming and photography. And our culinary program, our food service program, they always do an outstanding job in competition as well. They just competed at the FCCLA competition January 22nd and brought home some awards for that as well. And then our mechanics, our welding program at PV wanted me to share some of the projects that they're making. So, some of the upcoming events for our CTSOs that I know the board is interested in what's coming up. Competition-wise, so our CTSOs, those are the student clubs or student organizations. Every single one of our pathways affiliates with one of the 4 that we have in this presentation. We have Skills USA, FCCLA, FFA, and the HOSA. So Skills USA competitions, like John was saying, they happened in January. They should be getting results of those competitions soon. And then if they move on to state level, that happens in April. FCCLA, they competed in January, and their state competition is in April as well. FFA, they compete, they have a long season from February to May where they're competing in what we call career development events. There's about 36 different options that they can choose from. Our school, Chico High, has probably 4 teams that they're going to have competing, again, February to May. Their last competition is May 2nd or 3rd. And then the HOSA competitions are in February, and their state competition is in May. So those are some of the upcoming big competitions for our CTSOs. And so CTSOs are nationally and state affiliated, so they're not just clubs that are created. They are an actual affiliation with a pretty high level. Some of our, oh, that got a little bit off. Sorry, hopefully you can still read it. But all of what you've seen tonight has been possible because of our ongoing grants. So there are 3 main grants that we apply for. The Strong Workforce Grant, which is the K-12 SWP, we have applied for the past 4 years, and we have been funded for the past 4 years. You can see the amount that's listed there. In the blue, those are expired funds. The CTIG as well. Okay, so CTE Incentive Grant, each year we have been funded for that as well. And then annually for Perkins, we get about $100,000. So there's literally millions of dollars coming into the district just to support CTE. It's really been fantastic opportunity, and really the way that we have been able to build our CTE programs into the 21st century. And then you can't see it because it got cut off on the bottom. About $9.5 million has also come in to support our facilities. So we had 7 different facility grants for CTE that were funded as well. I don't know if you had any questions on funding before I move on.
Just keep it up.
I have a question, but I don't know if it's necessarily a funding question or just a general program question. So
Yeah.
it is about like, maybe I can just ask it and then we can address it more at the end after you're done. If there are any areas in the realm of CTE that we might be a little like less robust in, I don't want to use the word weaker, but where we don't have as many programs in that field that we could look into pushing into that field a little bit more.
Yeah, so we are always looking at labor statistics. That's really one of the things that drives us, because mainly we don't want to prepare students for a career that doesn't exist. So we look at labor statistics and base what we teach off of that. I think district-wide, the only thing that we could probably fill better is a business pathway, although a lot of our programs do business skills within their programs as well.
But more like a business leadership management type of, gotcha, yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Some updates on facilities. So I will go quick through this because you guys have seen the facilities a lot. So just a review. We did get new facilities at PV for our culinary program. That opened up in November. Our sports medicine and our medical pathway lab opened up in November as well. And these were from that facilities grants, the $9.5 million. Our agriculture program got a new greenhouse and modernized classroom, and shade structure is still being constructed. The Child Development Lab, which is what Susan was talking about, she just moved in. I unfortunately do not have updated pictures. She has some beautiful pictures that she took that I will forward to you guys so you can see what that looks like. But the plan, you can see the plan, what they have there. So they have a classroom, and then they have an observation room that they can bring kids from Marigold, they can bring preschool kids in and have them play in that area and then observe the children without interrupting them. And this is currently the C building on PV. Our graphic arts and commercial arts building is also being renovated. Currently the D building at PV. They're going to have a studio art classroom and a couple of other labs that also they should have moved in to by now. I don't have updated pictures on that one either.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask you. When you said winter break, you meant January? Okay.
Yeah. And then the last one that we have on coming up, and Julie might be able to answer more questions about this one. Currently, the E building is getting some renovations that will be happening. Our welding shop is going to get completely renovated, adding some storage area in the blue there. In the green, it's going to be an architecture lab and a CAD lab for the architecture and engineering program at PV. I don't know if you have an update, questions on that, or any questions on facilities.
Go ahead, Julie, update us.
Yeah, so this is the E building at Pleasant Valley High School, and you approved the bid for construction at the last regular meeting, and it will be starting around spring break. This one will get started on that.
Okay.
All right. With that, that is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm open to any comments, suggestions, questions.
Okay, Matt?
The students who tend to do CTE, I know I'm painting with a very broad brush here, but are these academic rock stars usually, or are they, not necessarily?
It's a very broad spectrum. So some of our programs, like our engineering and our medical pathways, they're going to be going into careers that most of them require a college degree. Some of the other programs, they can get into a career without a college degree. But I was a former CTE teacher, so I was an agriculture teacher for 10 years, and I can tell you my experience that there really was a spectrum. So you have all kinds of kids. A lot of times kids get put into a class and they don't even know what that is, and then they fall in love with it. So it is a broad spectrum of all kids.
I want to, and I would have liked to say it in front of the other teachers too, but this is going to amaze you guys, but I wasn't always a totally awesome student. There were times when I was really, especially in junior high, but in high school a little bit too, when I was really, kind of struggling to keeping up with all the academics and stuff like that. I was not an academic rock star. And CTE, formerly kind of known as vocational education, if there's any way we can, I'm not saying we're doing a bad job, maybe we're doing as good a job as we can, but I know that out there, in our system, there's probably some kids who are just really struggling day to day with the academic load that they have, and they might just not be bookish types, but they might be just diverting a lot of mental health, energy, time to trying to beat the system that's bearing down on them, and CTE could offer them, a breath of fresh air in that. Yeah. So if we can be on the lookout for that sort of thing, people like that, maybe you're going to tell me what we're already doing in that regard.
I'd love to. It's really exciting. On January 25th, both high schools voted to implement a block schedule next year. Mm-hmm. And the challenge has been with some kids, as you're describing, when they get behind, they have to take remedial courses, intervention courses, they're in a credit recovery mode. So it excludes them from the very electives they're coming to school for. And the block schedule implementation at both high schools blows that out of the water. Now they have 80 credits worth of opportunities to do exactly as you've said. They might still struggle a little bit in math, but they'll want to go to math because they're going to 2 periods of welding, or they're going to 2 periods of culinary. And we didn't have that opportunity before. It's a huge piece of that implementation. And it's student-centered and not adult-centered.
And John was just very instrumental in getting that passed, so thank you, John. That's going to be a game changer for our kids.
Thank you for that.
I also want to add that CTE, we can't say that it's not academic because we do have many CTE courses that are A through G, so they are still college prep classes, and it does, address that wide range because in the career world, there are jobs that require minimum skills and you get them on the job. I just think of construction. You may go in and you may be hanging drywall, but hopefully you're going to progress and get skills. But you might also be, as we saw tonight, the kids that are the ones that are drawing the plans and being the engineers. So it is a as you well said, it's a wide spectrum, but we do have some very high achieving students and some very academic courses within the CTE world.
Yeah. I was thinking one of the great things about college is that you focus on something that you've chosen and that you're really into. You know, anytime you take a person and you put them in an environment where, I mean, they may be horrible at all this other stuff, but man, welding, they've found this thing that they just are so into. You know, I mean, whether it was something that was going to require a college degree or not, just sometimes breaking somebody out of their, you know, a difficult situation or a rut that they're in academically can be really valuable. So as far as our counseling staff, you know, looking for opportunities like that to pitch CTE if a kid's not exploring that, you know, maybe as much as they should at this stage, given the resources that we have. I just wanted to throw that out there. But thank you for that explanation, Mr. Shepard, and for your presentation.
And they are pitching it right now, just to follow up on the counseling side. We're registering, enrolling kids for next year, and that's why we voted so early. So the counselors could go to those kids, those 8th graders, who are thinking, what am I going to do? I don't know how many CTE pathways are available to me, and now they have 8 periods a day, and they can get into 2 periods of welding.
Mm-hmm.
So the counselors are having those conversations right now as we're getting ready for next year.
Eileen?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that was so exciting for me was to hear what the kids are doing at the high school level to pass it down, because that's always been, you know, one of my major concerns for anything, whether it's on to college or CTE, is that we're not getting this information to the kids 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, so they begin to have a vision of life beyond school. Just as Mr. Tennis was saying, for some kids, school is such a frustration that they don't see life beyond school, or they don't see school as being what's going to support them to do what they really want to do and can do well. That's why I just supporting the CTE programs in all the areas that we are able to get them in, because it does give the kids you know, opportunity into life skills that are going to get you jobs. And, you know, that's, even if you change jobs 4 or 5 times after you've begun that process, just as the young man was talking about, you know, not knowing exactly what he wanted to do, it's the one thing that we haven't had a broad enough scope of what to put in front of our kids at a young age to make all of these explorations possible. It's so exciting. I am just thrilled. I have a grandson in Texas who's going to go to the Air Force to get that push into, he knows what he wants to do in medicine, and the Air Force is going to be his ticket in, just as our CTE programs are, because he doesn't have the CTE advantage in Texas. Sorry.
One great example of that is our ag department. As we had them a few board meetings ago, we were able to add a whole nother teacher in ag. We have over, I know it's like, I believe it's 375. I know it's over 300 students. We're above what we had the previous year before the block schedule. And I have a family member, like myself, that needed extra support with academics. So he has an academic support class, but he was able still to take his welding class, which he would not have been able to do that before. And he loves his welding class. Now he's going into FFA and having an animal and all those types of things. And those things probably wouldn't have not been there for him if he did not have these block schedule and these CTE pathways. So that's just another example.
I think the other aspect that really shows up dramatically is the leadership opportunities that these students are getting. They aren't just doing something, they're learning how to present it and how to lead in it among themselves. And all the awards they're getting is evidence of how outstanding that is working. I mean, when you're the top student leader in the state, that's just incredible. And I think the phrase that was repeated the most often by the students was that they didn't know they were going to love what they ended up doing as much. And that's incredible. That's a real opportunity. So, very appreciative of the presentation. Does anybody else have any? Okay, Caitlin?
I was going to say, Madam Superintendent and Mr. Gant, are board members allowed to take the welding class?
Say no.
There are liability issues.
Caitlin?
Thanks. I have quite a little list here of just like quick questions. The first part of the presentation was about construction and design, basically. And then the discussion of the tiny house. My old high school, when I was actually a teacher there, built a house. And it was really amazing because all the students had exposure to plumbing and electrical and all of those skills that we don't really get to spend a whole lot of time focusing on. So that's amazing, and I really hope that there's a broad range of students who get exposure to that in that program, and if not, I'd love to see that expand out a bit more. I think this is like the first year to attempt it, but maybe there's more to it than just that. And that leads me to the next question, which is apprenticeships. So is there any kind of apprenticeship outreach or program that our CTE program does with the community at large, or is that something that's been talked about, or is there potential for that?
So by apprenticeship, you just like mentoring, that type of
Yeah, like partnerships between what they're doing in the classroom and learning it, but then also being partnered with, a real life organization where they're actually going out and doing the work, and then, it's in it and it kind of goes together.
Yeah. There's a couple examples. So we have been working with Rotary this year and partnering with them to make that connection. We're in the very infancy stage of working, having one-on-one mentors with some of the programs that we don't offer. I just met with one of the Rotary members this week, and we're going to pilot it with my husband's class. He's a math teacher, an academic success teacher. So we're going to pilot trying to mentor students one-on-one in some of the programs that we don't offer as well. First of all, our teachers do an outstanding job getting and doing outreach with the community. They have advisory committees that come and advise them and have that kind of, apprenticeship. For all the students in the programs that we don't offer, that's what we're starting to do with the Rotary members.
Yeah, and almost like a stepping stone to having a job even as soon as summer hits, or they're graduated. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
And most of the CTE programs do. They have, I'm thinking of our ag program, places kids out in the community. They do their own farm. They've done projects where they make money. COVID has made things a little more difficult, without a doubt. But there were placements at the hospitals that then would turn into positions. We have had in our architecture and engineering programs, some of those kids have been fully employed, making really good money over the summer, working with local engineering firms. So there are many examples of them being placed. And our architectural program actually was so popular and valued that the firms were reaching out to us, wanting our kids. So a little bit of that obviously has, with people working more remotely, the hospital being very careful. Especially since Tiffany's been here, she hasn't got to see that part of it as much. The fact that our kids are going over to Marigold, that's really an internship that is happening. The fact that they're, teaching in the CARD program and being paid. So I think almost every CTE pathway could share their community outreach and job placement programs. That then if the kids are interested, they can really take off and make summer money even while they're going to college.
Yeah, I just definitely want to see more of that. And then what you're explaining with the Rotary outreach and partnership, keep us in the know in how we can support more of that and really bolster that program. Because I think that sounds really great. I was a college-bound person, but I also was required to take it was ROP back then, an ROP class. Won an award for barbecue, beat all the gentlemen that I was up against. But it really built my skills I learned how to serve, and I became a really strong, restaurant server, then bartender, and that got me through college too. So, I just feel really strongly about our CTE programs and making sure that all of our students going through have that workforce-ready mentality, in addition to those who want to be college students are academic ready too. So that also leads to my next question, which I should know this, and so I'm apologizing in advance for not knowing this, but do we have, or what is our graduation requirement when it comes to CTE?
I'm gonna give that to somebody else.
Oh, good, it's not just me.
No, go.
So generally, our students have to have 235 credits out of 240. That's where the struggle comes in, because there's only a 5-credit buffer. And so in each of the core areas, there's a specific number of requirements. They vary when we go beyond just the state graduation requirements to Chico Unified's graduation requirements. We have kids on different paths. So, for example, some 1806 legislation, credit requirements change. Generally, we keep in mind, so 235 credits for a general high school student. Then from there, it varies. It varies by student, but just from a general perspective, up until next year, they had an opportunity to take 240 credits, and we had a 235 credit requirement, so they only had a 5-credit buffer. Now, moving forward, they're going to have a significant buffer so they can take more electives.
Gotcha. So there's not like the question comes because this is going way back now, but I was required, my cohort was required to take one ROP class in order to graduate from Plymouth Unified School District. So I didn't know if we had something like that here, or if it was even a state kind of thing, or how that worked. But I mean, obviously you have restrictions and limitations when you can't offer enough classes for kids to get all the requirements they need in the first place.
Yes, and students, because we have 21 pathways, there are multiple opportunities for kids. We also have to keep in mind which of those pathway courses are A through G articulated or aligned, which is really important. If an elective can become A through G aligned, then obviously more students should want to join it.
When we saw the list of pathways, the CHS side looked shorter. I didn't like side-by-side comparison, but is it relatively equitable what CTE is being offered at each high school site, or is there a way to that it is, where if a student has an interest but they're at one school and it's not offered there necessarily, is there a equivalent type of situation, or what's happening there?
Yeah, I'm chuckling because in everything we do between Chico and PV, there's a rivalry,
sure,
right? Including how many CTE pathways we have. And so they're always talking about what does one school have and the other doesn't, and trying to find that niche that's not being filled, that need that's not being met. So for example, at PV, and Susan described this earlier, there are a couple of pathways within one industry sector. So it's really most important to us that we represent the data driving the industry sector. That's the most important piece to us, that we have industry sectors represented, maybe in multiple ways.
Gotcha. So that each industry sector is represented at both school sites. It's just the pathway might be slightly different.
Could be.
Or there might be more than one pathway, whereas at the other site there's one pathway.
And sometimes we only offer one.
More sections. Thank you.
More sections, or we're offering one course because we're trying to build a pathway. So that because obviously you got to start somewhere.
Awesome. Looking at the time, I'm trying to go fast, I'm sorry. I like Eileen's point about pushing to grade schools and making sure there's enough exposure for kids coming up who might be struggling academically. And that also is accessibility at middle schools. So at middle schools, at least last time I checked, they're only doing 6 periods a day. So there's that kind of a limitation there too in the number of electives that they can take going into the high school level. And so just wanting to make sure that we keep up any momentum where kids are getting excited about a certain pathway even at a young age, that it doesn't fizzle out. And that, so I'm just gonna address that just in that one way. And then the last thing is something I did notice missing is, again, this is just going back to my own experience, is firefighting. So is there any kind of, exposure to that field specifically, or at least looking into that field, or exposure going on for kids who might be interested in that?
I could go, but I'll tell you what, a community member just texted me because he was interested in a different pathway with kind of the same question, like, hey, we have a group in this community that would love to support recording arts pathway, right? So along the same lines, I think it's going to come from community and industry sector data.
Okay.
If we have that available, obviously we're gonna pursue that, because this sounds really crass, but there's money out there right, to support these pathways. And if we can go after that money to build these facilities, to hire these teachers, to teach these kids in that pathway, that's what we want to do.
Yeah, people I went to high school with were firefighters, and they would get called out in middle class and go do their thing. And that being said, I just saw a flyer for a CAL FIRE Academy. It's Women's Fire Prep Academy. It's a free firefighter summer camp for girls that are high school age, happening in Reading this summer. So maybe we'll, Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you because that sounds really cool. And it just goes back into forestry and kind of a really relevant thing that's happening right now where we keep experiencing fires. So that's all I had, promise. Thanks.
Okay, that's good, because we have 1 minute, yes.
Yes.
1 minute.
To address part of yours, we do have a public safety pathway. So he does hit on fire science in that, yeah. Part of it too is finding people to teach the classes. So CTE credentialed teachers are hard to find, so that's.
And ultimately, we need students to fill the classes. We have a set number of students, so we can't make that too thin.
I want to say that, Tiffany, for your first presentation to the board, I think you knocked it out of the park.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. My contact information's on the slides if you have any other questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 6:30, and that is the published time to start our discussion action calendar. So the first item is Julie.
That was great. That was really exciting seeing all those programs. I loved it. Former Vintage High School student, Napa, California, Regional Occupational Program student. I loved it. Thank you. Okay, so the first one we've got here is a resolution declaring futility of public bidding change order work for Chico High Ag project. You just approved on the consent calendar this change order, but you must also approve this resolution. The resolution basically, in a nutshell, says that it makes all kinds of sense in the world for the contractor for the Chico High Ag project to perform the work because they understand it, they're on site, they're mobilized already, and it saves the district money, and then you don't have two contractors trying to work in the same location doing different scopes of work. You've seen a resolution like this in the past. It is unusual that we bring this forward, and it's only because of the dollar amount that we must do so. Any questions?
All right,
I move approval of this resolution.
okay. All right, so Matt Tennis moves and Eileen Robinson seconds. Any other questions or discussions? All right, so with that, I think we can just take an aye vote, correct? All right,
I think we need to ask for comments from the public.
okay. Any comments from the floor? All right, thank you. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 4-0.
I do just want to make a quick point of order to remind the board that we do have order to follow, so we need to wait to make a motion until the president
Okay.
calls for it after we take public comment.
Okay, I'm losing your clarity of what you just said.
I said, okay, let's follow the rules of order and wait for you to call for a motion before somebody just makes a motion.
Okay. So the next one is also Julie.
Yes, thank you. So this next one is a bit unusual. I have not brought a resolution like this to the board in the past. Again, to summarize it, it is asking the board to authorize a product to be tested by the district. So specified for a contract, in particular, a product to be specified for a contract in order to field test or experiment the project. the product. So in this case, it's Enviroplex manufactured classroom building, and it will be, the test site will be for Inspire School of Arts and Sciences, and we will get a good idea about the product from this project in order to utilize for future needs of Chico Unified. Any questions?
This is basically just sort of using Inspire School of the Arts as kind of a preliminary test site for something that we might be implementing in other locations.
Yes.
Mhm.
And the key part is that we will be specifying this when that project goes out for bid. We'll be specifying this product as approved by our board for that project and for the purpose of testing and experimenting with it.
And they have a need for this at Inspire?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. I move a
No, I was needed a question.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Yes, Julia, I think I understood that what we're looking for is to make sure that these things that are going to be tested can be continually serviced and maybe upgraded or whatever by our current district personnel and services, so that we don't have one set of maintenance people for this kind of building and another set of maintenance people for another kind of building, that these are being tested to make sure that they conform with the other things that we have to service in the district.
Yes, that is a part of it, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask how long the testing period is likely to be?
I imagine it will last as long as we need it to before we're making a decision to use a modular building somewhere else in the district. We can continue to observe and test that product once installed until we're making a decision on another modular building in our district. So we would evaluate that, the process, the engineering, the design, the maintainability, the durability of the buildings when we make our next decision. If we're going to perhaps put a modular building at one of our elementary sites, we can learn from the Inspire project in order to make an informed decision.
Caitlin? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, a follow-up on that. I don't see in the resolution a not to exceed, so I'm looking for where is the monetary amount of this project?
So you have had presentations in the past on the Inspire project, and the design is not completed and approved by the Division of the State Architect as of yet, but the pricing on the entire project will be coming back to the board for review and approval.
That's what I needed to know.
Sure.
Is when do we get to the bottom line issue?
All right.
Does this lock us into only certain contractors or building companies that can put out for bid for this project?
For the modular portion of the project, it does. There are all kinds of other scopes included in the Inspire project. It's quite large, but for the modular portion, it does.
And so there's just been, it's been noticed that there's some kind of, this alternative is for some reason seen as potentially better, and that's why we're testing it out. I just don't understand necessarily the need as opposed to what is typical.
Well, that's a really good question. There's kind of a misalignment when you have to design a project and it has to go to the state architect for approval, and then it goes out for bid. But when you're utilizing modular construction, you have to utilize that modular company to assist with that design. And then it goes out for bid, and another modular company isn't going to bid on it because the design isn't their design. So it's kind of a misalignment when you're using modulars. We have not had a lot of projects with modulars that in our district. We've done traditional construction on all of our new construction projects. We have moved around portables within the district as part of a project, but actually identifying new construction that's going to be modular, and they're doing it, Inspire's doing it because they must, because their budget requires it. So I think, am I explaining it in a way that is understandable, that we're kind of, you had to put the cart in front of the horse, not to identify that modular firm in advance.
Thanks, Julie.
You bet.
I move approval of this item.
Point of order, Madam President.
Okay, any motion then? Oh, public comment, yeah. Any public comment? All right, does anyone want to make a motion?
I move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Did you second? Oh, okay. Oh, what, again, it's, for some reason, I'm having trouble here. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions to ask or comments? All right, so I'll call for the vote, and this is on Resolution 1569-22. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's 4-0. And, all right, so thank you, Julie. So the next item on the agenda is the public hearing discussion action on the California Voting Rights Act maps and sequence of by-district elections. And so I just want to clarify for people who are here, the board could approve another map at this meeting, but if they were to do that, that would mean that there wouldn't be a vote until the February 16th regular board meeting. They could move to consider a vote on the 4 maps that have been presented, and then that would be the decision, and it's in the board's hand. So,
So we do have with us tonight via Zoom.
Yes.
Our consulting, King Consulting, was not able to be here in person this evening. I do see Rob on Zoom, and I don't know if Jamie was able to join you or not. We do have in person a legal counsel, Paul Gant. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Rob Murray to take us through the presentation, and then it will be turned over to the board.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and
I
we'll
should do this
just
first.
visible, but Jamie is also here with us on the Zoom, so.
I am here.
And again, and just thank you for your flexibility with allowing us to make this presentation via Zoom, since again, we just unfortunately, as much as we would prefer to be there, just are not able to be there tonight. And so this is the public hearing for the draft trustee area maps for February 2nd. You know, we can go ahead and we can move to the next slide. And this is substantially the same presentation with a couple of small points that I went through the last time we were all meeting on this. So some of this I will probably move over fairly quickly. Again, the slides are all in there. If it becomes a point of discussion a little bit later on, you know, we can certainly bring everything up and go over it. But we're just going to look at the criteria, summaries of some of that feedback, and then of course the draft trustee area maps and the criteria data. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. And again, so as already, I think, summarized very well, we are here at the February 2nd meeting. There is an opportunity that the board could select and approve one of the maps that has been previously presented. And then if not, we'll be back on the 16th. So next slide, please. Okay, and so again, to some of those original criteria that we have discussed quite a bit, really some of the key things is just that population range, that one person, one vote mentality of just maintaining proportional representation of the board to the people living in each trustee area. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the fact that we are drawing these trustee areas based on the census data that is released in the package of these census blocks, which are not uniform in shape or size or how many people are in them, but we at least, we know the pieces that we're working with at this point, and we have to keep our lines moving those whole blocks into or out of a trustee area if we want to look into any adjustments or new options or anything like that. Next slide, please. Okay, and so we can, I think, move on to the next slide, I think is where I want to, there was a question that came up when we were last here of the population in the district, which we have shown that number of 120,119 quite a few times. Of that, based on the 2020 census, 101,475, which is 84.5%, also live in the city of Chico, and the whole city of Chico is within the Chico Unified School District. So there is no part of the city outside of that, but of your district, a little under 85% of the people also live within the city. And then if we looked at it based on our student list, pretty close number, 86% of the students enrolled in Chico USD live in the city of Chico. Okay, and the next slide, please. So those draft trustee area maps, just making the note based on the vote at the last meeting, all of the blue maps have been removed from consideration, but we still have the green, the purple, the orange A, and the orange B, and we'll just do a very quick look at those maps just so everyone is nice and refreshed. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, the election sequencing, I think I will leave these in so that we can go back and refer to them if there are any questions. But again, that came up with a question that was posed to our community relations on which trustee areas would be the ones that would move forward. And as Mr. Gant can elaborate, a requirement of any new trustee map is to also specify a sequence of elections. So as we went into that, we wanted to spell out all of the possible scenarios that would be inherent in any of the map options. And so you have your 3 members who will be up for, whose terms expire in 2022, corresponding with 3 trustee areas that will need to hold an election in that first year that they exist. Next slide, please.
I have a question, actually, Mr. Murray.
Yes.
This is Matt Tennis.
Yes.
You said you had some kind of communication from...
I'm sorry, let me...
Yeah, a communication that led to a discussion about sequencing. Can you repeat what you just made reference to at the beginning of this slide?
Yes. Yeah. No, and that, I believe that was something that we went over at the previous meeting, but there was a phone call that was received from the district's community relations head with the question of which of the areas for someone, and I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, this was from kind of the angle of someone, if you were interested in running for the board, which areas would be open in 2022. And that was, I think, a lot of what, while it was something that we would have been planning to look at anyway, was what really spurred that look into the election sequencing in between, again, that meeting in November and coming back in January, and with the development of an option that produced a more simplified election sequencing.
So there was a phone call, I guess, to somebody on our staff that triggered basically the creation of the orange maps. That's the origin story of the orange maps, and it's based on a phone call that we have no public record of that's been given to us. The content or substance of that phone call is totally unavailable. And I just want it to be noted for the record that we have had the creation of 2 very promising for passage maps based on some phone call, and that is against the reality that we've had numerous written communications from constituents who liked the blue map, those were ignored, and now we are being deluged with emails of people who like the purple maps. But the orange maps are here before you today, ladies and gentlemen, because of a phone call that we have no record of any text from it. Thank you, Rob.
No,
Dr. Kaiser?
Yes.
Rob, I have a question. Had there been any presentations to the board about the need to do sequencing in this process before last meeting? Was that yet part of the discussion?
It had not been yet part of the discussion.
Thank you.
I think that it's remarkable that you would spend tens of thousands of dollars. By that time, we had spent solidly $70,000 on this effort. And now, all of a sudden, there's a revelation that we're going to have to deal with sequencing. This is nonsensical. I mean, the idea that people in this room and up here at this dais did not think about the fact that we were going to have some realities about whether people were going to go to vote in 2022 or 2024 is really, to me, quite unbelievable.
Dr. Kaiser?
Yes.
If I might respond.
I just want to caution discussion versus asking our presenter questions at this time. We don't want to engage in discussion until after we've heard public comment. I'm just word of caution.
That the issue of why 2 additional maps were put together is important if we are to fully discuss those maps. Having been on the board from the beginning of this process, I know that we were ahead of when we would need to discuss things like sequencing, which, we're not an expert on how this happens, when the timeline was cut off by the governor and we ceased all discussion of this process. We didn't talk about it again until, I believe, November. It may have been, but until the process got lifted, we weren't even thinking, at least me, I'm this board member, and since I'm not the expert on how you do this, that's why we have Mr. Gant here, is to keep us properly moving through a sequence. And so the fact that now is the first time we had sequencing brought before us, it's because that's when it was supposed to be brought before us.
I do believe that we should have our demographer continue. Rob?
Yes, thank you. So just continuing on, we had, as presented at the previous meeting, we do have just the various permutations that spin off from multiple trustees residing in an area, either on the same cycle or in different election sequences, with that particular complication of current board members in different election cycles residing in the same trustee area, which leads to one of 2 things: either a candidate whose term expires waiting for an election to occur before they can run again, or in an earlier election, a candidate who at the later term, who doesn't want to risk having that same 2-year gap happen to them down the road, running, but if they win the seat, creating a board vacancy. So those were kind of the big considerations with those. And then on to the next slide, please. And so then that green map, this one was created really using the high school boundary as a point of guidance, trying to ensure that each of the 5 trustee areas spanned both the Chico High and Pleasant Valley High attendance areas, with at least a portion in each. And next slide, please. On each of these, you can see, again, a suggested sequence, and at least just the names of the current board members who reside in each area. Then the purple map was drawn, again, while meeting other criteria to have trustee area boundaries follow elementary school attendance boundaries wherever it was practical to do so. Again,
Rob,
with just-
I want to ask a question. What percentage of students in any of these separations attend the school in which they live?
Yep, I mean, that varies a lot, but I mean, we would have some slides in our data that will come up that
Okay.
show that you have, I mean, in any trustee area of the district, you have students attending literally every school in the district.
Okay.
And then across the district, I think Jamie, I think were the one who had the number last week, but it was somewhere in the ballpark of 40% of students, I believe, who are transferring out of their assigned school to another school, just kind of very broadly.
Yeah, that's correct. It varies depending on the school, but pardon me, I believe you have, on average, somewhere between 35 and 40% of students in your district attend a school that isn't their neighborhood school and isn't in their boundary. Some schools that's significantly higher, and some schools it's less, but you do have, comparatively to other districts in the state, you do have a high rate of intra-district transfers and parents, taking advantage of the opportunity that you give them of choice.
All right, thank you, Jamie.
Right, but then going to the next slide. So the orange A map developed again, making sure that it aligns with other requirements and criteria, but with a specific effort to simplify a election sequence and have current board members each residing in a trustee area so that there's no possibility, particularly of those 2022 versus 2024 cycle candidates, leading either to the lack of opportunity to run or to the potential of a vacant seat and appointment or special election requirement to fill out the board to 5 members again. So this map was the original one developed, and then there was a variation on the next slide of orange B, which adjusts an area that contains and the boundary between areas 4 and 5, where PV High, Marigold, and Loma Vista are located, and some of the areas surrounding that, particularly up to the north between Marigold and Cianothus. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that one correctly, but up to Eaton, that kind of rectangle going out of 4 and into 5, because there was expressed on feedback to the orange A map that even though the students attend schools throughout the district, having the actual physical school site location of only one of them being in trustee area 5, if there was a way to put more school sites in the system, a variation that accomplishes that. And then on to the next slide.
Mr. Murray, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Can you reiterate why the orange maps were created?
Yes, the orange maps were created in response to concerns about the once the sequence of elections was put out for the previous maps, of having a map available that would have a more straightforward sequence of elections, as all of the original 3 maps did pose some potential complications for the district.
What do you mean by potential complications for the district?
And that would be trustees who have terms ending in 2022 and 2024 residing in the same area. So again, if the election holds off until 2024, that means the candidate whose term expires in 2022 just can't run for 2 years. If the election's held in 2022, then the candidate the board member whose term is at large until 2024 can just wait. If they don't run, once their at-large term ends in 2024, then they are the ones having to wait 2 years if they want to run again. And if they do run in 2022 and they win, then they have won the trustee area seat. They can't also hold the at-large seat, which is vacated, and that leaves a vacancy on the board. But since that isn't resolved until after the election, that means there's a need to either appoint a member to a 2-year term or to hold a special election in another trustee area for just a special 2-year term. So all of the original maps and the 2 original maps that are still in consideration had an area that had current board members on those different election cycles living in the same trustee area and would present that potential once the elections were to be held.
Can I clarify something you just said, Rob? Or I think I need to re-understand it if I'm not understanding it correctly. If there was an at-large seat that became available because, and let's just like name the people, right? It would be either myself or Mr. Tennis that would run this year to take a districted spot and give up our at-large term, which goes till 2024. So if one of us were to win the election this year, that would create a vacancy in the at-large seat for the next 2 years until our current term is up. And so if that was going to be appointed, then that would be appointed by whoever is in the new board after this year's election. Or it would be a special election. It would have to be decided by the board to spend the money to do a special election, but that would still be at large. That wouldn't be in the district.
And I believe, and Mr. Gant, please correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe because you have changed your method of election from at-large to by trustee area. And so can we back up to, let's just say, go on to the either the green or the purple map, if we can back up in the slides. Okay, so in this case, trustee area 5, if it held the election in 2022, and either Ms. Dalby or Mr. Tennis were to win the seat for trustee area 5, and then areas 1 and 4, based on this suggested election sequence, also held elections. So that's 3 board members. Whichever of Mr. Tennis or Ms. Dalby did not win the trustee area 5 seat would still be at large, and that's a 4th board member. But whichever one did win would have given up their at-large seat, and that means there's only still 4 board members. And in this case, either trustee area 2 or trustee area 3 would go ahead and hold a special election for a 2-year term. They otherwise wouldn't have held an election until 2024. But in this case, with a board member vacancy to fill, areas 1, 4, and 5 already have sitting trustees. And so one of the 2 areas, and this would just be something that came up during that transitional period from at-large to trustee areas, but one of those 2 trustee areas that had not yet had the opportunity to elect a trustee would then need to be selected to hold that special election.
Are we aware of Chico Unified ever holding a special election to fill a vacancy?
Not to my knowledge.
That seems like something that would be very expensive, and I do know that Chico Unified has appointed people to fill vacancies.
I'm sorry, my answer still hasn't been, or my
We have
question still
Mr.
hasn't
Gant,
been answered.
who can provide a legal opinion.
So 2 things. First, Rob's description is correct. As far as the legal basis for that, what he explained in terms of the appointment or the special election that would be required for the 2-year period, it would be associated with the open trustee area, the unrepresented trustee area, and the voters of the trustee area would vote for that if there was no appointment, and the appointment would have to be of an individual who resides in that trustee area.
So that is not in line with what happened with city council this year. So what happened with city council this year, we lost 2 council people in Chico and within a very short amount of time apart. And they were replaced by appointment, One of those people was just elected in the newly created districts. One of those people had been elected at large an election ago. So they were in their last year and a half in their at-large term. But when the city council did their appointments, they flew that as one districted seat and one still at-large seat. So the person who filled that other position was allowed to live wherever they were. They didn't have to be in the district to fill that spot. So that's why I'm confused about the legality, because what you're saying is that that's not the way it's supposed to be. And so I guess that's where I'm kind of unsure about what.
I can't speak because I don't do city elections and I don't do city election redistricting. There are differences because the redistricting issues related to the school districts are different than those that relate to municipalities. There's quite a lot of differences actually, both statutory and case law related to that. But I'm happy to look again. But my research has indicated that the holdover, if you will, the issue of the holdover board members is one of the actual board members who have been elected have the right to finish their term. That's why the circumstances that Mr. Murray had described exist. Once that is eliminated by the resignation, and we are talking about filling a seat within a system of established district trustee area elections, we have to follow the law with regard to filling those particular seats. And that means if there's appointment, it needs to be an appointment of an individual residing in the empty trustee area. And if there's an election, it's an election that is decided by the voters of that trustee area.
Okay, thank you.
And then I don't know, I think there was a second question from Mr. Tennis. I don't know if we want to hold that, or were we looking for an answer?
It just seems obvious to me that we would appoint somebody to fill a vacancy and that there would not be serious discussion of spending a lot of money for a special election if there was a board seat. And I was inquiring as to the history of that. And it sounds like
there's been one appointment since 1906, and that was in 2000, 2001. And that was Gil Allister, and he served less than a year.
What was the background of, I want to say that Elizabeth Griffin was appointed at some point in time? No? Elected every time?
Yep.
Okay. And special elections, you're not aware of any, or you know that there were none?
I have been here 20 years, and there have not been any during that time. 2000 was right before I came here, and there was one at that point in time.
Okay, I mean, everything, and I know this borders on discussion, so I'll make it very brief, that our consultants have explained in terms of how sequencing would go, is all very democratic and legal. It's not like it's some big crisis that, you have to appoint somebody for a couple of years to fill a vacant seat. It would not be a big deal. What would be a big deal is if we drew maps specifically for incumbents, which nobody likes and everybody finds unsavory.
It's going to carry on and get into just again that quick summary of the criteria data that we put together. Again, this is new to this meeting, but for each map we have just in the white area across the top, that is the district-wide numbers with the total population and the voting age population, and then how those split out based on the census ethnicities. And then for each map option, you see those same splits for each of the 5 trustee areas. And under one of the main points of Voting Rights Acts is looking for concentrations of historically underrepresented groups who will be able to exercise a higher degree of voting power within certain trustee areas. So this shows the green and the purple. It's just a little bit too much to put all 4 on one slide, and then on the next slide we have the same information for Orange A and Orange B, keeping in mind that really with these 2 areas, 1, 2, and 3 are identical, and we're really just looking at a relatively small change between areas 4 and 5. And then next slide. The socioeconomic and tenure data, and again, these now we're getting out of things that are from the 2020 census and looking at the most recent American Community Survey data, and again, which is also compiled by slightly larger units, but to the best, kind of the closest match of these block groups with the trustee areas. We can still give you a kind of averaged out median household income. Much more precisely from your student list, we have the student residing in each area who participate or qualify for the free and reduced price meals program. And then again, back to the census data with the percent owners and percent renters. And here you can see just all 4 of those map options all together. Next slide, please.
Mr. Murray, I've got a question.
Sure.
You have spoken, you've done a lot of this demography stuff. You're our consultant. You live and breathe this every day. The fact that the orange maps have, I think if I'm looking at this chart correctly, the biggest disparity by quite a bit of income between the districts. You've got a one district, District 5, that's where people are pulling down $98,000 a year versus people in District 2, where I would be, where they're pulling down $46,000 a year. Would this be considered a strength for the orange maps or a weakness that you have, one very wealthy district and then one that's not?
I think that's a matter of perspective. I've been doing this kind of work in various districts, and I've had some expression that it would be preferable to have each area more balanced. I've also heard that it could be preferable with a socioeconomically disadvantaged area actually having a kind of a trustee who really just represents that area and the concerns that they have might be a strength. But again, I don't think it inherently is one or the other, but it is just information that as it informs each board member's opinion is there to help you make that decision.
Thank you.
And then we have the neighborhoods that we have identified kind of through the process, and how each map does in terms of keeping those neighborhoods within a trustee area or splitting them between multiple trustee areas. And again, for some of the larger neighborhoods that sometimes, as we were just discussing with the socioeconomics, it could be preferable to be all in one. It could be preferable to have the opportunity to have a couple of trustees who are interested in or who have some connection to that neighborhood. And then on to the next slide. And then that enrollment analysis, without, again, looking into those numbers, but what you're looking at in each column is the percent. So of all the students of elementary, junior high, or high school who live in the trustee area, just by percentages, what schools that they're actually enrolled at. And so you can see there's definitely some alignment with, like Emma Wilson, for instance. You can see it's pretty much on the green map in areas 1 and 2 where you have a lot higher percentage. But what you will notice is that every single box of this grid has something in it. Every trustee area has students who are attending every school. And then again, just something that Jamie and I can speak to, working on your demographics going back to what I believe 2004, Jamie, but that Chico USD just really does a remarkable job with that, honoring the choice of the families who live there. And that just is really what reflects in these numbers.
Yep.
And then, but that's just for anyone, just as a reminder of what exactly we're looking at. And then we can just go through. We have the same information for each of the other map options as we move through to the next slides. We won't go through and read all of those, but again, to the extent that it informs anything about which maps might be more or less preferable, that information is published for your disposal. And again, it was just something that was discussed at one point earlier when looking at that free and reduced price lunch data. to also just see how it looks based on the school boundaries where people live or with the schools that they attend. And then you have that district-wide percentage again. And here we're just looking at the elementary schools. Again, that's why it's a different district-wide percentage than when we're looking at everyone K-12. And then next slide, please. And then what turned out to be a really interesting analysis from a question that was posed at one point, but looking, kind of comparing that voting age population from the 2020 census with the registered voters in 2020 to get that percentage of the eligible voters who were registered to vote, at least by comparing those two data points, and just how that looks across all of the map options for all of the trustee areas. And then I believe that might be the last slide of numbers. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot to get through. I think it's important just to rehash what we're looking at, make sure that everyone's nice and refreshed on what all that means. And so, again, if there is no no decision made tonight about adopting any of those maps that have been previously presented, again, pending any other input tonight, we can be back next week, or not next week, but
16th.
next week, 16th, to continue the process. So thank you.
Okay, Caitlin?
Just a quick question. So my understanding from just kind of looking back at the history of this process is that the early 2020 discussion of the board that was sitting at that time was that that board member addresses were a lowest priority, also meaning sequencing was a lowest priority. Is my understanding there correct?
I don't recall that. I'm sorry, Board Member Dalby, if I don't know who you're addressing your question to.
Anybody who wants to answer.
We're not here, but I don't recall that we were given any clear directive that we were, and Rob, refresh my memory if I'm wrong, it has been quite some time, but I think we were really more focused on what to focus on, and I don't remember that we were given any clear directive as to, you are absolutely not to consider this.
Yeah. I mean, there was a conversation that we weren't going to really put too much emphasis on the board member addresses, and as something that was confirmed at our last meeting, I did not even have board member addresses until after the initial 3 maps had been created. But then, and then I kind of to the second part of your question, Ms. Dalby, but then the election sequencing is kind of a different thing in that that was always going to be something that came into the process. Because when you adopt a map, you have to adopt an election sequence to go with it.
So my follow-up question is, with your contracts, when you do this for other districts or whoever it is taking sequencing into account using current trustee member addresses typical?
We have had other districts and public agencies ask us to make that one of the criteria.
From the start.
Ultimately, it depends on the district. Rob, you can speak, expand on that a little more if you like, but every agency that we work for is different. Every community is different, and what they like to consider as criteria in addition to the legal requirements.
Yeah, and just on that point, yes, it's something that kind of when districts are, because there is sometimes a hesitancy of like, can we do that? And yes, it is perfectly valid. It can't be your primary criteria, and you have to make sure that, kind of as I explained with the orange map, that if you are using that as part of your guidance, that you are maintaining the kind of seal-clad, kind of voting rights requirements and equal population requirements. But kind of the phrase that comes up is honoring the will of the voters who put those people on the board and might wish for the opportunity to see all of them reelected. So again, this was something that we were told didn't necessarily need to be a point of emphasis when we first created maps. But now there is a map that presents an option that aligns the current board with the trustee areas.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
If you don't mind, because I don't want there to be misunderstanding what Rob just said. My understanding was it may have been a comment. It was not a vote, and it was not a direction by the board to prioritize or not prioritize that particular issue.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important point. And maybe I can just briefly make the comment and then take questions. But I think it's an important distinction when you say receive input, even though not a voted direction, that these are criteria we'd like to see reflected in these maps, whether it be a member of the public at a meeting, by a phone call to staff, or any other channel, or a board member who may say, gee, I have an interest in this particular consideration. I hope that shows up as in one of the options. And for a comment that might say, I don't think that's a criteria we necessarily need to focus on. Because when those proposed or possible maps are developed, again, and I know I'm being a little repetitive here, but in case there are members of the public who are hearing this for the first time, it is I would say it's fair to say staff's feeling of responsibility, consultants' feeling of responsibility, and my responsibility to make sure that if there are criteria that are out there that may be pertinent to the board, that we have at least presented those and brought them to the attention of the board. It's up to the board to say that's either direct us specifically, do not include that, or don't give us a map that includes that. And then, of course, we're going to follow the board's direction.
Right. I have another question. Eileen?
Yes, thank you, Paul. I was there at the meeting where the comment, and it was a comment, was made about not prioritizing where individual board members lived. It was in the process of discussing all of the other things. Dr. Kaiser was very concerned about socioeconomic balance. We were concerned about the voting strength of our Hispanic Latino population. We had a number of things that we were discussing, and this is in the preliminary part of what we were looking at. We knew we had to have numbers balanced, and we were talking about the things that we wanted to, be thinking about. And the comment was made about, well, we don't want where everybody lives to be, the criteria. And because I was very concerned with all of the other things that we were talking about, which seemed very important, I nodded my head. I was one of the board members when that comment was made that said, oh, yeah, that, When we stopped discussions and then brought discussions back when the governor's timeline started ticking again, I had never heard a presentation by anyone in this process, you included, that sat us down and said, okay, if you do this and the voting sequence is applied, it will cause this. It wasn't until that information was applied to where we were in the process, and I went, oh my God, that's going to disenfranchise a number of these districts because they won't be able to vote on if one of the three incumbents that are up in 22 decide to run again. They won't be able to. The public will not be able to vote for them. And that was my concern, is the disenfranchisement of the people in that district to not be able to exercise their right if they chose to, and if the incumbent was running, to vote for them. That was huge for me. I wanted to make sure that everybody in every district had an opportunity to vote for the person in that district, whether it was an incumbent or someone else. And so that was why, when that was presented at the last board meeting, I took considerable note of what would happen with the sequencing that disenfranchised a whole block of voters.
Mr. Dennis?
The public needs to know, and any members of the media who are present need to know, that we have not heard a word from these, you're calling them disenfranchised voters. We have not had a single, there's one pro-Orange Map email that has come in the past 3 weeks since this map was created. And you speak of disenfranchised
point of
people.
order.
We have had.
Point of order, please.
I don't appreciate being interrupted. I mean, she just spoke at length about this.
We are not in discussion right now. We are asking questions of our presenters. So it's a point of order. We can discuss this when it's time to discuss.
Well, this is very upsetting because I want to bring some clarity to this foggy memory that we have of the conversation that occurred, and I want to read what Board Member Lando said, and it was, quote, "I have no interest," and unfortunately he's not able to be here this evening, but "I have no interest in seeing the kind of shenanigans in which districts are drawn specifically for any incumbents, and I hope that we're all on that page with that one." Madam Robinson, thank you for acknowledging that you nodded when he said that. The reason you nodded and the reason he said that is because it's unsavory to do that.
I don't think we should be ascribing motivation when somebody is here to speak for themselves. The other aspect of this is it was not a motion. It never got a vote. Does anybody have specific questions they want to ask of our demographers or of our lawyer? And then we can move to public questions. Okay, Dalby?
So a number of the public comment that's come in the last 2 days has really said the same thing. And one of the bottom lines is this claim that, and I'm looking for clarity here or for, the evidence of it, that the orange maps give an unfair or unbalanced advantage for current incumbents. So I would like that better explained to me because the public who's responding right now seems to think that, and I would like to understand that a little bit better, why they might think that, and if that's something that we really that is true. So how does the orange maps give an unfair or unbalanced advantage for current incumbents?
From our perspective, ultimately everyone will serve out their term and then, and everyone at the end of their term will be required to compete again for their seat in another election. So I think from our perspective as your demographers, we don't necessarily see it as giving anybody an unfair advantage. Everybody will continue to serve out their term. It just provides an opportunity for there not to be a special election or a special appointee, and allows everyone to run for re-election at the end of their term.
So the orange maps are basically would allow the process to continue the status quo where a current incumbent can choose to run for re-election and the public can choose to vote for them or not if they agreed with how they did in the first place.
Correct.
Okay, so status quo. Mr. Gant, do you have something else to add to that, please?
I would just add, it isn't an issue of advantage. It's an issue of opportunity. If you compare one map to another map, maps other than the orange map, there will be situations in which there are current board members who, because of the particular way the map is situated, would not have the opportunity to run again at the expiration of their so-called at-large term. They simply have no opportunity. It's not an issue of advantage. If you adopt a map that looks like the orange map in the sense that board members currently on the board end up situated in trustee areas, they have an opportunity to run. but they have no advantage over any other candidate who might otherwise run, other than the fact, obviously, that they are existing board members with whatever may be, it goes along with being an incumbent.
So I want to thank you for saying that. I think that the fact that you just said that right there demonstrates that you are an honorable man, because we all know, every single one of us in here, that an incumbent who's in a political race, and this is a political office, has an advantage over somebody who's a newcomer.
But that's also true of those, and I'm not debating, I just think it's important to point out that those board members who happen to fall in different trustee areas where, in those other maps where they do reside in the trustee area in which they are drawn, do have the opportunity to run. So there's nothing inherently unlawful about being an incumbent or having an advantage vis-a-vis other candidates that may be in your trustee area. There's no provision of law, there's no case that says there's a problem with that. And I will say, because it was brought up with Mr. Murray's firm as to whether they've been involved in situations where this was a consideration. I have been involved in a number of these redistricting situations. I agree, there are those in which the process has reference to existing board member situation and those that don't. I've been in some that, one I can think of that was intensely litigated by one of the most aggressive attorneys in the state. And it started off with the assumption that there would in fact be some honor, if you will, given to the trustees that were currently on the board. And it wasn't challenged at all. There was no suggestion that that was in some way unlawful. So I think it's an issue, it's an issue of policy for the board to decide. It's within your authority to consider, as you look at these maps, how much importance you wish to place on that issue and other issues before you. But from a legal standpoint, so long as the map that you adopt honors the fundamentals of the California Voting Rights Act,
So
you'll be acting lawfully.
racial gerrymandering, we know, is illegal, right? I mean, if you purposefully try to split up, I mean, then if it's not, then I'm mistaken. I thought I saw.
For purposes, I don't handle voting rights in all of its many aspects. I advise school districts in a couple of areas, one under the California Voting Rights Act and then one under the census redistricting. Those are really the areas that I focus on because they focus on school law.
And
the California Voting Rights Act does require that we consider the impact of the districting on the voting rights of minority groups, and particularly racial groups. So yes, if the voting rights of racial minority groups are diluted through this process, that would be likely unlawful.
And partisan gerrymandering would be, I'm thinking, also illegal. If you came out and said, hey, we're going to choose this map because this, these three people are all, we're all Republicans and these guys are all Democrats, and we want there to be fewer of them and more of us, and we want us to be safe and them to not be. That would be, I'm guessing that would be probably in conflict with the law. Is that not true?
It really hasn't come up in school district or school board elections that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of a single case where the issue has arisen. School board elections are nonpartisan. I don't believe that there's any reference on the ballot to anyone's party. That it's an interesting question. I believe, although it's not my area of expertise, just in terms of my general observance of the law, I believe that in municipal elections, in partisan elections, that California does have restrictions on partisan gerrymandering.
So
but that does not, they aren't specific to elections for school boards.
When you say that, in a court of law, it's okay for a majority of incumbents on a board like this to tailor districts around their residences, around where they live, you say it's legal to do so. And I would just make an observation that in a court of law, That might be true. In the court of public opinion, it's not true. People know when they are being manipulated into specific districts.
If we don't have any more actual questions, I think we should move to public comment. And I'll remind the public, if you wish to make a comment, you have 3 minutes to do so. Do we have any names? Yes, then the timer will go off. Do we have any names for public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Our first one is parent Gina Bax.
So just like to remind you, the first bell means you have 30 seconds left. The second bell means time is up.
Yes, it's not my first time here. Thank you. Okay. How are you? My name is Gina Bax. I am the co-chair for Chico Parents for In-Person Learning, and I'm also Hispanic. I just want to say something after listening to everybody, that how redistricting will affect board members, incumbents, these people. I haven't heard anything about how our kids will be best represented or how redistricting will affect our kids. Going back to my speech, the original date to choose a map was December 15. The date got pushed to January 19 for more public input. And on January 19, the community got hit by the addition of 2 new maps. Nobody knew about it. I'm pretty sure the experts know more, but the fact that these maps were added at the last minute and secretly and in private, that's my issue. This is America. How can this be legal, you know? Okay, so on January 19, the community and the minority of the board members demand answers for this edition. Where were these maps coming from? Who requested them and why? The answer was that the maps were organically created per staff request. Up to this point, nobody knows who the staff is. So I don't really care these 2 maps follow all the rules needed to qualify for voting, because I'm not an expert and I'm just here to make my point across. But my point is that these 2 maps were, again, secretly added, and I don't think this is fair. There were no public input, no requests, nothing, nada. Everybody was fine with the original 3 maps, so what happened and why things changed at the last minute? Why the board ignored community input about the blue map? The community do not want maps created in the dark. We wanted the blue map back, but obviously it got rejected. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not gonna give reasons why. I'm not an expert. So the community do not want for the board to vote on maps that were created in the dark. Since most likely the blue map is not gonna be back, I would like for you two guys to really take into consideration the purple map. It has the highest percentage of homeownership, 40%. It has, as a Hispanic, it has the highest percentage of Hispanic at 24.8%. Orange maps have the lowest percentage of Hispanic at 22.7%. The purple map is the only one that emphasizes on elementary school boundaries. So parents will have more opportunity to be involved with their schools and to get to know the board members. I do want to thank Matt and Landon, but since he's not here, I guess you can send a message, for listening to the community by voting on eliminating the orange maps.
Thank you, that's your 3 minutes.
Send the message to Landon that I thank him for that. He's not here, so thank you.
All right. Is there another?
Yes, our next speaker is parent Jordan Colby.
Good evening, board. I would just like to say I'm Jordan Colby. I am a parent. I have 2nd and 5th graders at Parkview Elementary and a 7th grader at Marsh, who just won his basketball game out in Willows, so go Gators. I want to offer my support for really any of the initial draft maps. I think that the purple map makes the most sense. It emphasizes elementary school boundaries, and I feel like a really great time for parents to be involved with their schools is in their neighborhood schools. And that fosters a lot of sense of community. I think about just getting to know other parents when we walk our kids to school. Wouldn't it be great if in the future board members are their, you know, if their parents, their kids attend the same schools and you get to know your board member because you see them at pick up and drop off. The only thing that I would say is, you know, really the blue, the green, the purple, they all make sense because they're somehow tied to a school boundary and they do something to foster that sense of community and involvement. As far as I can tell, there's really only one reason for the orange maps. It's the problem of election sequencing. I'm one of the disenfranchised voters in the city. I don't have a current city council member and didn't get to vote for one at the last time, but if I want to correspond with anybody on the city council, I just do it. It hasn't caused a problem. It's a hiccup. In 2022, I'll vote for another city council member and then I'll have one. So temporary. I really just liked what Carl Oshner said in his comments at the last meeting. We're looking at, with the orange maps, it's really not thinking about the future, it's creating a permanent solution to a temporary problem. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have another?
Yes, our final speaker is community member Julie Three.
Just reminded of when my mom came home when I was a junior in high school, and she was having a fit. She'd just come home from a school board meeting. I'm like, okay. She said that because of a decline in enrollment, they were going to have to close one of the high schools. So that was a big deal. That was huge. So I'm like, okay, this is big, but that was huge. So I was thinking about what to bring to this, and I thought I'd just give a little perspective. Last September, I was over at the Elks Lodge listening to the contractor there for the county go through in detail exactly what redistricting was. I knew it was a huge, big deal, right? Census every 10 years. And when I left that meeting, it was a bigger deal because of the campfire and the loss of enrollment. So I really dug in, and I really knew that I wanted to invest my time in the districting process for the county, add the city, and then I thought, oh my gosh, the school board, this is fantastic. It was a wonderful opportunity to do all three. But 3 consultants, 3 maps, 3 tools, it's been a process. So at the county, we kind of ended the same place, and on November 17th, this was my input back to those 2 maps that were kind of thrown out, one out of left field. At this point, you can pick whatever map you want. Flip a coin, neither one represents the will of the people. This process is broken down. The Board of Supervisors disrespected the members of the community. It's just unbelievable. The only positive I got from being party to this entire process is I've been party to this entire process. Quite an education. So now here we are again, and on November 17th, when I got home, Gina was here in the room. I was watching from TV on Zoom or on YouTube, and everything was peachy keen. It was like wonderful. It was like, and I know we were having glowing raves for the consultant, so I thought, oh, this is going to be easy and fun. All of a sudden, it's January 19th, and I'm like, what just happened? Everything kind of blew up. So for me, I left that night thinking, I want to know. I want to know who, what, when, where, and how. How did this happen? I'm a member of the community. I'm a taxpayer, and I've been at every one of these meetings. So the phone call and the family thing was okay. It was the organic design, and I think that's the advantage. The advantage for every one of you, you drew these maps, or somebody drew these maps knowing where you live and who your people are, I think. I don't know how you came up with, I know where you put your addresses, but how did these streets get drawn? Who picked, 99 or 32? I don't know that process. So I think that's where the advantage might possibly be with that orange map. Yeah, election sequencing, we never heard that word once, so I would have thought that would have been at the forefront. I definitely, and it's the cost. I mean, I think at the beginning of the meeting here today, you had an amendment, an addendum for the contract, $77,000 for this for the consultant. So that's a concern. Getting rid of the blue map was a concern. The 2 reasons were the Hispanic numbers were slightly different, and now the orange Hispanic numbers are exactly the same as the blue map, and it's the Forest Ranch Cohasset issue for your 14% of the population. Appointment makes sense. If we're all about continuity, that's why we want to pick the orange map. Appointment would just make the most sense too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else?
We have no others that have signed up. This would be the time to allow speakers from the floor for our remaining time.
Well, we've only had 4, right? Okay, so I see one person raising their hand. Okay, so thank you. Again, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Board. Can I remove this while I speak?
Yeah.
My name is Jessica Gianola, for the record. I came here tonight because I have concerns over the purple map as far as the Forest Ranch Cohasset communities go. It's my understanding the purple map would be splitting them apart rather than keeping them together. And after following the supervisor's districting, that sort of scenario that came up was a big concern, and why many maps were tossed out and more were added in for consideration, because they would look at the ones they had and said, wait a minute, this one is splitting apart this community, we should make every effort available to keep them together. And so with the orange map, it seems as if that is keeping them together. And with the AB 849, the FAIR maps, that is a priority we want to look at for the students. So that's why I want to do support for the orange maps, either one. And it seems like from understanding with the re-election process, if a different map is chosen, that the school board may be facing some sort of financial cost in whatever re-election process you're taking. So the orange map seems to be avoiding that. So you would be saving the schools money instead of unnecessarily wasting it in that option. We're gonna have a re-election soon. You know, it's gonna come anyway, so why waste money to do it ahead of time if we can avoid it, taking those steps ahead of time. So just thinking of this, the communities, keeping them together and saving our schools money. Thank you.
I have a question for staff of clarification. Does the purple map separate Cohasset and Forest Ranch, or are those communities together as the mountain communities? Consultants, Rob Murray, you might want to answer that.
Yep, I can, yes, the purple map, and if we go, you have to look at the inset up there, but Cohasset and Forest Ranch are in different elementary school boundaries, and so the purple map does reflect that, and you do have one Cohasset in Area 2 and Forest Ranch in Area 5 there.
Okay. All right, so that was the answer to the question, and we've now had 5 speakers, and that's all that we have. Oh. Are you asking to be a speaker?
I'm asking you to speak, that's okay.
All right, let's see. 3 minutes, and this will be the last speaker.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, good evening. My name is Keaton Denley. I'm the manager for Butte County Elections. I just wanted to provide some insight on some information that I've heard tonight and maybe correct or clarify some things that may have been said. As was mentioned, the election code 5091 and 5094 both do allow for appointments. So a special election, while it is an option, is not necessary according to the education code. The other thing that I wanted to point out was, should a vacancy become available or happen due to a resignation on the board, the appointment or that special election would be for the unexpired term of that seat. So just want to make that clarification and let you guys know that I was available if there's any other questions regarding the administration of elections.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Keaton. I really appreciate you being here. All right, so
there's one more out here waving her hand. There's a member of the public who seems interested.
well, we've already had 5, and we're already past the time schedule that was identified, which was requested by the board, so I'm sorry. Okay, so now we are in the discussion action phase, so does anybody have a specific question or want to make a motion?
I move in response to the numerous public comments we've had against the orange map and now in favor of the purple map, that we adopt the purple map for our new trustee areas in Chico Unified School District.
Get a second? It fails for lack of a second. All right, may I have another motion? Oh, Dalton.
I move to remove the purple map from consideration moving forward. That's my motion.
So do I get a, okay, the motion was to remove the purple map, and do I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to remove the purple map. Any further discussion?
I have a comment on that.
Okay.
Clearly, this board is totally impervious to public comment and disdainful of their public. You have had exactly one letter in favor of the orange maps. You have had, just today, you've had over 20 emails in favor of the purple map. And previously, you had a similar number of emails in favor of the blue map. Anytime a map gets popular, you hate it so much because it poses a threat to the orange map that you make these motions to eliminate the map that people like, okay? This stinks politically. Today in the newspaper, there was a story about how Chico, the city council is going into their next phase of redistricting. And the one person who wrote 2 weeks ago in favor of the orange map, very interestingly, is in the paper this morning talking about the redistricting process that the city is embarking on. That person, the one person who's written in support of the orange map, had this to say. They weighed in saying they hoped the redistricting process at the city could go smoothly and without political focus. Quote, I hope that we are going to do a much better job than the city council districting a few years ago, this person said. Quote, I hope we're going to not focus on incumbency and will instead base this process on making sure that everybody in our community has a fair voice and a fair vote. It is shocking to me that when the people come to you, they want you to vote for objective maps that we paid more than $70,000 and climbing to our consultants to develop. You have such a disdain for them, and if I may be so bold, the parents and their coalitions, you can't stand these people so much that anytime they say they like a map, you have to, drown it in the bathtub. It's unbelievable.
Mr. Tennis, I think that we need to have discussion focused on the value of the maps, and there is a motion and a second. So the context of this is any comments relating to this motion?
I have lots to say. So
I'm sorry?
I have lots to say.
Okay.
The motion has been seconded. I believe I
Yes, it has
seconded
been
it.
seconded.
Then it is under discussion. I'd like to hear from Caitlin.
Yeah, so first I just want to say that what we're not doing right now is approving the orange maps. That's not what's on the table right now. That's not what the discussion is. That's not where we're at. This is about the purple map specifically, and there's multiple reasons why I've put it on the table to remove based on a very large set of criteria. First of all the public comment has come in the last 2 days in favor of the purple map hasn't given any reason why, except for I think 2 emails that actually said specifically based on criteria why. And I really appreciate the people who give public comment and made those points, and I wrote them down, and I'd like to address them. And I will. And so the other concern I had about those public comments was, it's very strongly clear that the orange maps are not favorable by the people who wrote in. But what became clear to me, because I responded to every single email today, and the people that I did get a chance to hear back from, many of whom are frequent flyers and email us quite often, usually because they're frustrated with, the majority of the board's decisions, expressed that they didn't even realize that the green map was up for consideration. And that was really interesting to me. And I was very concerned that there was some kind of I don't know, organization pushing for one particular map on the table rather than talking about what information we're looking at, which are the different criteria to choose a map. So again, this is not about choosing the orange map. That's not what this discussion is. This is about what it is about the purple map that I think merits us removing it from consideration. Number one being the separation of Cohasset and Forest Ranch. 100% period. I am a rural mountain girl from a small town, and I live in Forest Ranch, and that has nothing to do with me wanting to keep my seat. It has to do with representation of the people who live in that community. In those mountain and foothill communities, there are much different circumstances that those people, us, that we experience than people who are, actually, I would say more privileged living in a city center. So there's that issue. Number one, the reason why I want to remove the purple map. The issue that was brought up most frequently by the people who did give a reason, which again was like less than 5% of people that we got public comment from supporting the purple map actually gave a reason. They said, just purple, not orange. But why? I want to know why. I give a reason for everything, using data, using information, like let's actually get to the heart of it. So the reasons that were given, from what I heard primarily, was that because the purple maps were drawn based on the elementary boundaries. Totally understandable. I get that. But when you actually compare the percentages and like the highest percentage of representation per school and district boundaries, it's actually kind of split. So in some cases, the purple map has, like, for example, Little Chico Creek, the highest percentage trustee area is 39% in the purple map, meaning that 39% of the trustee area is covered by one district, meaning that that specific district has the most representation in that school. In contrast, the orange map has Emma Wilson as the highest elementary focused district trustee area. So, and it's actually like that all the way down. I mean, you can pull the data, I could pull the data out and like read it all off to you. My point being that concern that we need to have our hubs of concentrated folks that live in a specific trustee area be represented at that school. With that concern, whether you agree with that as criteria or not, it's actually split. And I didn't have time, like this whole time I've been writing down numbers, I didn't have time to write down the green, and I could totally do that, and my guess is it's probably somewhere very similar. The green map does make sure that every trustee has a pretty equal spread or has some representation for both high school districts. So I like that about the green map, but we're talking about the purple map right now. So it was also addressed that the purple map does have the highest concentration of our targeted group, okay? And that was the reason we removed the blue map in the first place, because it had the lowest percentage. And that's a big deal. And if I were to rank these, I would say the purple map hits the highest for that, and about 1.2% lower is the green map, and then the orange map does worse, but not as bad as the blue map was. It's not the same. It was still a 1% difference. I know because I wrote it down, and that's why I made the motion that I did last time. So that all being said, and there's probably more that I could blurt out, but I would like to give other folks a chance to explain, their thinking or discuss the biggest reason of wanting to eliminate the purple map and still consider the green map and the orange map and really dig into those numbers and really think about how the demographics are divided out and represented, and give the opportunity for more public comment. Since I didn't get any public comment on the green map, I would like to hear more. But it sounded like people didn't even realize the green map was an option. It sounded like people thought it was purple or orange. So that's the purple map being Cohasset and Forest Ranch split is really my main reason for wanting to eliminate it.
All right, further comment?
Yes, no, thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate the in-depth analysis that you've done of purple and why. I mean, there were a number of things I didn't like about purple. And I too responded to people that were emailing me about, you know, it's got to be purple, it's got to be purple, it's got to be, you know, why? And there were a there were 3 responses. Everyone else chose not to give a reason for why they wanted the purple map, which to me is kind of curious. It seems like if you were that committed to something, you'd have a reason. I'm going, you know, Mr. Tennis, I read your Facebook post urging your supporters to email us and support the purple map. And I recognized many of the names. As Ms. Dalby said, they're the same names that were involved with the recall and several other hot issues within the purview of the school board over the last year or so. And I appreciate that they're still interested. That's, you know, that's their right. However, when I got to looking at parents, if you consider 1.5 per kid, we have 12,000 students in this district, and if you have 1.5 parents on average, and yet the only responses I got on the purple map were from the people that were on your list, I don't like it. I am not going to go beyond what my reasonable analysis of what we're faced with supports in favor of 80 emails for the purple map. To me, that's not responsible. To me, you know, we know where the orange maps came from. We've been told about the phone calls to the district phone call, at least one, from someone who is interested in running for the school board, who wanted to know, when will we know about the districts and how do I prepare to run? That's when the issue of sequencing came to light. And within a week, through consultation with our experts, the people we pay to give us advice, we were told that there's this process of sequencing and so they said, oh my God, I didn't say, but the people we trust to give us advice said, we have to give this information to the board. The only way to give that information to the board was turn it over to our consultants and our attorney to give us good legal information, so when we make our decision tonight or in 2 weeks, we know the consequences of what we are doing. So I support the problems that you've outlined with the purple map and support putting it aside.
So we have a motion, we've had comments, and it has a second. So unless there's a further factual point, I'm going to call for the motion, and I'll call for a roll call vote. So
Robinson, aye, to remove the purple map.
okay. Kaiser, aye.
Dolby, aye.
Okay.
For shame, Tennis, nay.
All right, so that's 3-1, so it is removed. And now we have a choice. The choice says we can continue to assess these maps, the green map and the 2 orange maps, with the kind of more detailed analysis that's been used, and vote, or we can wait until the 16th to give people time to look in depth at these 3 maps that are left, because I agree, I got very, very little rational presentations on them. So what's what's the will of the board? Do we want to vote now, or do we want to come back on February 16th and vote? Yes.
Madam President, I support continuing some discussion and questioning. I appreciate the work Ms. Dalby did. I'd like to see more discussion on the difference between the green map and the two orange maps. I think that would help the public too,
Okay.
to decide whether or not to comment on any of those three maps. I think our discussion brings forward information to the public that I think they need. I need it.
All right.
So I'd like to continue discussion. I don't have I'm not ready yet to vote.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a comment. As far as public input is concerned, with the exception of Ms. Gianola, who spoke, I guess in favor, well, against the purple map because of the division of Forest Ranch and Cohasset, this idea originates with one email that somebody wrote in on, I took a screenshot and I don't have the date that it came in, but this person said, without making direct reference to the green map, this is pre-orange, I like this map because it is the only one that keeps the mountain communities of interest together. If we learned anything from the Board of Supervisors, it is that the two mountain communities want to stay together in a single district. Keep us together. We have similar needs for transportation and unique challenges that make us different than Chico neighborhoods. Fair enough. That is one comment, and you've got a backdrop of so many comments. You say there weren't substantive reasons why. I think I heard you say a minute ago that you thought that the reasons given by Mr. Colby, Ms. Bax, were not substantive. And it just makes me so sad that you would just discount them in that fashion. But it's apparent to me that these orange maps are golden children. And anything that the public, especially parents, come in favor of, you will eliminate and you will go against. And it's a sad observation that I make, but there's one more thing I'd like to say, and that is that somebody wrote a letter to the editor about me a couple of days ago, because I had written a letter a few days previously complaining about the orange maps and how I see it as gerrymandering and a majority interest trying to basically resist change and maintain that majority. And this person said, regarding recent redistricting issues, dear sir, this is an edited, slimmed down version of the guy's email. Dear sir, he's addressing me. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. As an example of payback is and I'm going to leave out the expletive, but it starts with a B and refers to a female dog. As an example of payback is a expletive, in exchange for all the gerrymandering done in all of the red legislature flyover states that have results in the majority's desired agenda being obstructed by the minority, I propose the California legislature gerrymander to the extent that there's not a single Republican left in office in this state of 40 million people, including all local boards. I do believe that with the current Democratic voter majority statewide, creative gerrymandering might allow the elimination of all California's Republican congressional districts. Sweet. If all the blue states followed suit, I believe Dems could own the House of Representatives permanently. It's just kind of obvious to everyone, and it was obvious to you all 2 years ago, with the exception of you, Ms. Dalby, who was not here, that this was unsavory, that you don't draw trustee areas or legislative districts at a first shot around where we live. And the court of public opinion and the parents who live there do not appreciate this. Thank you.
I think if you felt strongly enough about the orange maps, you would have made a motion to eliminate them tonight, rather than push for one map. Hold on, I'm not done. But I'm not comfortable making that final decision because we have given the public so little time to give input on these maps. And Mr. Lando's not here today to make a final map decision. That's why I don't want to continue this discussion until our next meeting either. So I actually move to end debate.
So I'm going to follow the first question, which was, Rob, can you or Jamie give us any further details about the two orange maps? as requested?
So I had written down a note of there being a desire for a kind of real side by side of the differences between the green and the orange maps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, yeah, and so I think I can certainly do something that's a bit more explicit, because right now, the presentation is focused on just here for each map are various data points. We can really just put everything side by side and do something kind of concise where everyone can really see those core differences. So if
Yeah.
that satisfies
That would be
that
helpful.
request, I'm happy to put that together.
All right, I think that was the focus of the question. Is that agreeable then to the other board members? All right. Thank you, Rob and Jamie. I really appreciate that, and I incredibly appreciate your service since you both were sick to come and stay with us.
I have a question, Madam
Yes.
President. Rob, when will that comparison reasonably be available to us? I think the public as well as board members would like to see that as soon as possible.
It would be published.
Jamie, pull me back if I'm getting ahead of our how we balance things out, but I think by early next week we can have that available. Does that seem reasonable for all parties involved?
Kelly, what was your
So
comment?
typically, it would be published when we publish the February 16th agenda. With direction from the board, we can put it all on our website when Mr. Murray has it
Yeah.
available.
Yeah.
That's
But
what I'd like.
everybody has to receive it at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
At the earliest availability would be great.
Paul?
Although not legally compelled, because there's been some discussion about whether there's been adequate consideration of the green map or focus on it, I do note that from a legal standpoint, before the board adopts a map, we know that the map has to be posted for 7 days.
7 days.
Yeah.
And even though, as this map has been available, I would recommend that if at all possible, that the additional material be posted at least 7 days before the next board meeting.
Yeah.
Because I think the legislature in passing the act felt that that was a time period that they want people to focus on the maps and consider them in
Okay.
detail.
So pressure on, Rob.
All right.
One last thing, we've received a couple of draft maps in the last week.
They came from the public, they didn't come from
Yeah.
experts,
Yes.
and they have not been introduced.
What would be the process if we wanted to give those a
We don't
shot
have
or
time.
chance at life? You can feel free
I'm
to.
going to ask Mr. Gant
Yeah.
to address that because it does fall into that, making sure that we meet the 7-day posting period.
Can I just really quick interrupt and ask for clarification? So I'm aware of one map that was submitted that was like kind of hand-drawn. Is that the only one, or was there another
Sterling,
one?
I want to say, a gentleman, I think, and then another one came in today from Ms. Threet. And then there was earlier, there was one a few days ago from
Yeah, Mr. Byrd, I believe.
Mr. Who? Yeah.
Okay. And then I don't know if Mr. Gant has seen that one yet, but it was actually taking partisanship in voting into consideration when he drew that map and submitted that, so.
I'm aware that some maps originating with the public have been come forth. I don't know, and in fact, they would probably have to be at least evaluated first by the demographers to give even an initial read on whether they would satisfy the very basic, most critical criteria that we've discussed. So that can be looked at. There's no legal bar to introducing additional maps. And again, the criteria that we have to be focused on is that any map that the board does ultimately adopt has to be published at least 7 days before the board adopts it. Other than that, there is the opportunity, if the board wishes, to have other maps brought forward. It's just a timeline issue. I know that the attorney who I'm in touch with the County Committee on School District Reorganization has expressed an interest that the that the matter be brought to their March meeting. And my understanding is in order to safely make that deadline, we would need to provide them with our materials by the 22nd of February. I do get concerned about pushing past. We become at the mercy of other agencies, and then I know that the elections office has its hands full as well, and I can't necessarily speak for them, but I do know that they want to have, certainly there's the statutory deadline. It has to come to them at least more than 120 days before the election. But I believe, and I'm only speaking from my sense of it at this point, that they would like to get it sooner than the very last day before the deadline.
I think since he's here, I just have to take this opportunity to invite Keaton Denley up to comment on what our drop dead date would be on getting any new maps into shape. And for our consultants, Jamie King and Rob Murray, you can be thinking about while he's coming up and saying his piece, if you could assign an approximate price tag to what it might take to get some of these draft maps, or one or both of these maps into shape, I would appreciate that insight. Go ahead, Mr. Denley.
Yeah, so it may come as no surprise to the board members that you aren't the only board going through this process.
What?
Yes, I know. And I have the joy of communicating with all of them. So the original deadline, kind of pre-COVID, anything like that, would have been March 1st. That would have been your guys' deadline for having the maps drawn. There was a Senate bill passed this last year, 442, that does extend that deadline, giving you up until 125 days before the election. That is July 6th. Okay. If you wait until July 6th, candidate filing starts July 18th. You're not giving us a whole lot of time to set up and prepare for that election if we get the maps 12 days before the election has to start happening. So,
and that's not our approval. That's like the state approval.
It would need to be approved, finalized in our office by that date, and that is the last deadline. And we would certainly appreciate much more time than that, just from a manpower perspective of being able to put on this election for our voters with the integrity that they've come to expect.
So you don't care about the Board of Education? Is that what the other deadline was associated with?
I did not make that statement. I very much care about them and everything that goes on with them.
But that deadline, or they wanted to report it or something like that. I mean, maybe somebody can clarify this for me.
It's a legal approval process.
It has to be approved by the Butte County Office of Education Board.
So references were made to the changes in law, and there were some changes prior to this past year, prior to the current cycle, with regard to trustee area redistricting for school districts. There was either the obligation to have the electorate vote on the maps, or boards could seek a waiver from the State Board of Education. So we had that whole steps that had to be put into the process to seek that waiver, and there were many, many months that were added to the process in order to do that for what was really just a check, I'll be honest with you, a check off the box by the State Board. They didn't have any real clear interest in rejecting these. I wasn't privy to the reasoning behind the change in the law, but the legislature saw, and governor saw it as being beneficial to eliminate the necessity for the State Board of Education waiver process. And so they now allow what we call the County Committee on School District Reorganization, which in this particular county is the board, the County Board of Education, and in most counties they do have a dual purpose. This is one of their purposes. So now there is an allowance. It is a may, it's not a must, but the County Board of Education, sitting as this County Committee on School District Reorganization, may approve the maps without the necessity of either going to the State Board of Education or to the voters for approval. If we recognize that your district was under threat of litigation, to go forward with this process. So anything that would delay the creation of the trustee areas and push it to a later election. Remember, the process was frozen by the emergency order, but now we're expected to move forward, would push you at risk that the organization that originally brought this forward would say that's unreasonable, and you are unduly delaying the process, and they could sue you and be outside what we call the safe harbor. So I could go on, but the point being that if you wish to make that timeline, to make sure that your trustee areas are drawn and effective by this coming election, you are relying on the County Committee on School District Reorganization to hear the matter and determine to approve your maps. Now, they're a separate agency. I cannot tell you that they're necessarily going to agree with what you do. I don't necessarily expect that they would not follow your lead with regard to those maps. But in my position, I tend to want to be, if I may use the word, conservative, because if there was a delay that we did not expect that would push the county committee's decision, let's say they said, there's something we don't like, we want you to look at this, take it back and look at it. I don't know what that might be. That could happen at their March meeting. That could push the process at least another month or more, depending on what their request was. So now you're getting very close to your absolute deadline. So that's all I want to point out. As you add layers to your process, you get closer and closer to deadlines of that sort. Now, as it stands right now, clearly, you're in pretty good shape as long as you act before February 22nd, because that allows you to get on the county committee's agenda for the March meeting. And that has been, at least the sense of the conversations that I have with their council, is that would be desirable.
They may have meetings after that and before Mr. Denley's deadlines, but it'd be desirable from the standpoint of the county council, of the council of the Board of Education, to have it done in that time frame that we've been operating under.
My training has kind of taught me over the years to expect the unexpected, and that's usually been a pretty good rule of thumb. Not necessarily here, but it's that it's unexpected then.
So that being the case, if we wanted to honor that deadline, does it work mathematically to bring forward any constituent submitted maps that have recently come in?
Well, there's time as far as that goes. If the board says, yes, we would like to add some additional maps to the mix for consideration, we might have to talk with staff about the necessity for a special meeting.
There hasn't been a formal motion to do this? Are you making a formal motion?
Well, I want to know if it's feasible. I mean, if it's going to cost a fortune and put us in legal jeopardy, then maybe I wouldn't make the motion,
Yeah.
right? But that's what I'm trying to get answers to right now.
I turn to Jamie and Rob.
Thank you. There is certainly time for, poor Rob over there or myself, to take the maps that were provided and, they were very roughly drawn, and try and determine if legally they fit within the criteria. It really depends on if we're just taking a quick glance at it like that, maybe 8 to 10 hours to draw the boundaries, collect the census data, run all the analysis for each map. So I think there were 2. So a couple days work. And then, if they didn't work, if the board gave us direction that, if they don't work perfectly the way that they were submitted, take the time to nuance them until you can bring forth options, those options that are inspired by these maps that do work. And that would take considerably more time. So, I think probably we could have something, Rob, you and I can talk about it, but maybe to your point, a couple days of our time, and then just to quickly look at them and share that information out. And then if there's a decision to move forward to make viable options inspired by those maps and the criteria that were provided, probably at least a couple more days. Rob, do you have anything else you'd like to add? It's quite a bit of data mining and analysis for each option, as you've seen.
Yeah, no, I think what I was really kind of coming on to was I think the question that was asked was really just having those maps as they were drawn, and just, I think the primary things would be the balance of total population and the ethnic and racial concentrations, and just see, basically as kind of a yes, no, just is this map valid as submitted by the community? And if it is, I can confirm that, as you said, with, a couple of days of our time, to bring those into my system and kind of tie all the data into it so that I can come up with those totals. But yes, and then if they, if they are deemed valid, then we can present that back out. And if they are not, as you just alluded to, then that really makes it, I think, more of a open-ended question of, does that question that was posed extend to making them viable maps, or is it just the intention of confirming that they're not, and that ends the question on that particular map?
Rob and Jamie, we do have to present any maps under serious consideration 7 days before we vote, and we would be voting on the 16th.
Right.
So, and we talked about posting the 3 maps we have currently on our website with the kind of more detailed analysis that was suggested.
Mhm.
So,
They'd all have to be ready and posted by February 9th.
by February 9th, huh? And you guys have been struggling physically, so you have to just give us an honest assessment. I find this very high risk.
Well,
Madam President?
Yes.
If I might interject on this subject of, do we have a deficit of knowledge in the 3 maps that we have in front of us to consider? Do we have, checked off A, B, C, and D, and the things we talked about? The neighborhoods, all of those other criteria that we use to formulate the maps. Did we miss something? I'm not feeling that. I want more information on what has been developed already that will meet the timelines. I appreciate the community coming up with, time to do other maps. I don't want to stifle somebody's, interest and curiosity, but what we're dealing with, we've had a lot of input into, and I'm comfortable with what we have in front of us with the additional information that we've asked so that we can make a more significant analysis of green and orange A and B.
So is that a motion?
I move that we not add an additional map to the 3 under consideration.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we add both new maps to consideration. I said I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we add both new maps for consideration.
I don't consider that a friendly amendment. The point of my motion is to exclude that. The point of your motion is to include, so I don't see those as compatible.
Do I have a second on Ms. Robinson's motion? What?
I'll second it so we can talk about it. How's that?
Okay. So the motion moved and seconded is to stay with the 3 maps, the purple and the 2 orange already presented, to have a little bit more of the detail. I'm sorry, green. I was looking at where I read. Green. And to have our demographers to do a little bit more refinement on some of the data points that were being used, I think, earlier, correct?
I think the purpose is to make the side-by-side comparison more clear
Right.
for us and for the public.
Right.
Mhm.
By way of discussion for having that,
Yeah.
I think that you should all be ashamed of yourselves for leaving the orange maps and for allowing this problem to.
I'm going to interrupt you because the orange maps were developed by our consultants with plenty of time. And so if that's the argument that we shouldn't consider the orange maps because there hasn't been enough time, why are we discussing adding even more maps to consider? That's what I'm really confused about here.
Because people don't like the orange maps. The only people who like the orange maps are some of the people sitting up here on the stage. And then two other people who provided input, one 2 weeks ago by email and another one live and in person today.
There are certainly things about the orange map that I like more than the purple map, which is why I did what I did tonight. But that doesn't mean that there isn't more to discuss. And so I think that, you know, you're out of line in accusing anybody of having made up their mind about anything, so.
I think the context of this motion originally presented and seconded was the seeking of a more clear comparison between the green and the two orange maps to allow a greater distinction. So, and I believe Jamie and Rob, you've indicated you can do that and give us the 7 days that we need.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that was going to be February 7th, Kelly? February 9th. Okay, so we have to have it able to put on the website by February 9th. All right, is there any other further discussion of the motion?
Madam President, I thought that there was a motion that we not consider any additional maps. That was my motion.
The motion was to not add maps, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I just said green and the two orange.
Right, and I made a motion. You're right about what we've asked of the demographers, absolutely. My motion was to not add more maps to the considerations, that we stay with the 3 we already have.
I thought
That was my
I
motion.
thought that's what we were referencing, and it's a seconder, and that's clear with you too. Okay. So, just for additional clarity, in that no new maps are added. All right. So if there's no further discussion of this motion, then we'll vote. All those, we can do by voice vote, or no, excuse me, by roll call. So all those in favor of having the green and the two orange maps examined in greater detail as a comparison and not add any additional maps?
Robinson, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Okay. So it passes 3-1. All right.
I do have to say, Julie, 3, your presentation was very thorough. The timeline and the controversy with adding new maps this late in the game anyway is just a concern for me. Okay.
All right, so at this point in time, and we are unfortunately violating by 45 minutes our estimated time, is there a board member a request to agendize an item? Actually, I have one. The presentation of the career technical programs and their success also really raises for me the question of the science that we are pursuing and the way we're pursuing it in our secondary schools. In my position, former position as the trustee for the CSU, working with the UC, I actually was part of the original discussion about how to integrate sciences. And that was like 9 years ago. So I would like to hear a report about how our science programs at the high schools and at the junior highs is leading to an integrated understanding, which is the vast majority of high schools in California are using. So that's what I request to have agendized.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. So any other discussion of that, of adding that to the agenda?
I appreciate your motion, Madam President. You know, our emphasis on raising our integration with anything, including science, is crucial. I support it. However, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind that you and the superintendent look at when we would have the most information.
Oh, yeah.
To bring that back to us.
Yeah. I wasn't setting
I
a
think,
date.
with both schools going to the block schedule thing, I think it's going to give us a lot of insight into what we're going to be able to add to that issue as PV goes online with that. So I love it. I want to see it, but give it some time.
Yeah.
I'll add that the next generation science standards have been California adopted for nearly a decade, and we still haven't really got a clear update, especially at the high school level, on how we are doing and implementing those standards. And I can tell you from personal experience at the middle school level, besides going through the curriculum adoption because it came up, it was almost a cart before the horse conversation adopting curriculum at the middle school level because we hadn't really had the full discussion about integrating or not integrating and implementing the NGSS even at the middle school level. So I think that this is a timely and critical conversation that I would definitely love to get an update from the district on at the secondary level.
And we can do that.
Can you repeat, are we going to vote on this?
I guess, do we need a vote on this? Okay,
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Yes, I would like to hear an update on the next generation science standards, which call for integrated science at the secondary level. Where are we at and what could we do?
I can't really object to that.
Okay. All right, so, all right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, okay, roll call. All right.
Robinson, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
All right. Okay, that's unanimous. So, great. Thank you, guys. And then we will now move to, oh, well, has anybody else got another thing that they want to agendize? Okay. We will then move to closed session. So I want to thank the audience. You have been extremely patient. And I especially thank our election representative for coming and giving us some critical information. So thank you all.
Thanks for being here, Keaton. Maybe we should have started inviting you a while ago.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That was why I opened the meeting early. Each time was to give public a chance to comment on closed session before we went into closed session. I may be totally wrong, but.
I don't, how could they
There
comment?
wasn't any speaker cards turned in for closed session?
I'm sorry.
There wasn't any speaker cards turned
Yeah.
in for closed session.
Okay. Yeah, well, to go to closed session, yeah. Okay.